Time for convening having arrived. The Senate will come to order. Would ask unauthorized visitor to the chamber at this time. Senate will come to order. We recognize the distinguished senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate has been working hard, and the journal has been read all 76 pages, and they're all found to be correct.
Thank you, Senator, for your good work on the journals. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading of the journal? The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. All senators having bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 507 by Senator Sims of the 12th and others.
Slow go.
Senate Bill 511 by Senators Chance of the 16th.
Economic Development.
Senate Resolution 1071 by Senator Mills of the 53rd. A resolution recognizing veterans of the Korean War and dedicating the highway in their honor. Senate Resolution 1072 by Senator Mills of the 53rd.
Transportation.
Do with the order, Mr. President.
First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions.
House Bill 456 by Representative Byrd of the 20th and others.
Appropriations.
House Bill 541 by Representative
Judiciary.
House Bill 548 by Representative Martin
Insurance
of the 47th.
and Labor.
House Bill 692 by Representative Mitchell of the 88th.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 766 by Representative Benton of the 31st and others. Bill to be
Government
entitled
Oversight.
House Bill 772 by
Slow
Representative
go.
House Bill 773 by Representative
Slow go.
House Bill 845 by Representative
Education and Youth.
House Bill 877 by
State
Representative
and local governmental operations.
House Bill 900 by Representative
Public safety.
House Bill 932 by Representative Williams of the 4th.
Finance.
House Bill 933 by
Regulated industries.
House Bill 942 by Representative Willard of the
Judiciary.
49th. House Bill 944 by Representative Willard of
Retirement.
the 49th. House Bill 957 by Representative Williams.
Slow go.
House Bill 1004 by Representative Sims of the
Slow go.
169th. House Bill 1005 by Representative Sims of the
State and
169th.
local governmental operations.
House Bill 1022 by Representative Carter of the 175th
Slow
and
go.
others. House Bill 1082 by Representative Houston of the
Slow go.
170th. House Bill 1095 by Representative Black of the 174th.
Slow go.
House Bill 1096 by Representative Black of the 174th. Bill to be entitled an act to amend
Slow
an
go.
act. House Bill 1088 by Representative Houston of the 170th
Slow
and
go.
others. House Bill 1099 by Representative Houston of the 170th and others.
Slow go.
House Bill 1101 by Representative Allison of the 8th.
Slow go.
House Bill 1106 by Representative Epps of the 128th.
Slow go.
House Bill 1107 by Representative Epps of the 128th. Bill to be entitled an act.
Slow go.
House Bill 1108 by Representative Dickey of the 136th and others.
Slow go.
House Bill 1109 by Representative Dickey of the 136th and others.
State and local governmental operations.
House Bill 1111 by Representative Shaw of the 176th and others. Bill to be
Slow go.
entitled House Bill 1112 by Representative Shaw of the 176th and others.
Slow go.
House Bill 1126 by Representative Powell of the
Slow go.
171st. House Bill 1127 by Representative Powell of the 171st.
Slow go.
House Bill 1131 by Representative Cook of the 118th and others.
Slow go.
House Bill 1144 by Representative Knight of the 126th
Slow
and
go.
others. House Bill 1145 by Representative Knight of the
Slow go.
126th. House Bill 1146 by Representative McCall of the 30th and
Health and
others.
Human Services.
House Bill 1154 by Representative Jones of the 46th.
Slow go.
House Bill 1158 by Representative
Slow
Roberts.
go.
House Bill 1376 by
State institution and properties.
Through the order, Mr. President.
Okay, we're having to wait on a bill out of judiciary before we can move forward. So Senate will stand at ease till 1:30.
will come back to order. The Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Education and Youth Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 501, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Miller, the 40th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Education and Youth Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 364, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 452, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 491, do not pass. Senate Bill 999, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Miller, the 40th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Ethics Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 47, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Crosby of the 13th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 48, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Heath of the 31st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Government Oversight Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 508, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 506, do pass. Senate Bill 320, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hill of the 32nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 312, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 368, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 376, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 380, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 484, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 49, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Unterman of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Higher Education Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 478, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Carter, the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Insurance and Label Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 434, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 438, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 450, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 460, do pass. Senate Bill 469, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 471, do pass. Senate Bill 503, do pass. House Bill 785, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goggins of the 7th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 449, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 493, do pass. Senate Bill 432, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hamrick of the 30th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Public Safety Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 895, do pass. Senate Bill 400, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Grant of the 25th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Rules Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 1065, do not pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Balfour of the 9th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate State and Local Governmental Operations Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 1007, do pass. House Bill 1008, do pass. House Bill 1018, do pass. House Bill 1059, do pass. House Bill 1060, do pass. House Bill 1074, do pass. House Bill 1075, do pass. House Bill 1076, do pass. House Bill 1077, do pass. House Bill 1083, do pass. House Bill 1084, do pass. House Bill 1087, do pass. House Bill 1088, do pass. House Bill 1091, do pass. House Bill 1092, do pass. House Bill 1100, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Miller, the 49th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate State and Local Governmental Operations General Committee has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 457, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 498, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Miller, the 49th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Special Judiciary Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 465, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Thompson of the 29th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Transportation Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 444, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 492, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 819, due pass. Senate Resolution 843, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 872, due pass. Senate Bill 327, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 344, due pass. Senate Bill 473, due pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbison, the 15th District Chairman. Through the order, Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the second reading of bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 257 by Senator Gooch of the 51st and others. Local government and clarified development authorities are authorized to conduct redevelopment. Senate Bill 284 by Senator Golden of the 8th. Georgia Land Bank Act, governing creation, operation of land banks provisions. Senate Bill 288 by Senator Bethel of the 54th and others. Physicians, authorize the administration of vaccines by pharmacists, nurses, vaccine protocol agreements with physicians. Senate Bill 292 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others. Social Responsibility and Accountability Act, enact, drug tests, temporary assistance for needy families, Medicaid benefits, requirements. Senate Bill 341 by Senator Jackson of the 2nd and others. Juvenile proceedings, clarify the definition of the term designated felony, increase the max detention period for children adjudicated for delinquent acts. Senate Bill 355 by Senator Unterman of the 45th and others. Domestic relations, child abuse, expand mandatory reporting requirements, provide for procedure exception. Senate Bill 374 by Senator Mullis of the 53rd and others. Water resources, exempt water withdrawals, Tennessee River Basin restrictions on transfers of water. Senate Bill 379 by Senator Chance of the 16th and others. Pawnbrokers, provide limitations regarding certain fees or taxes, transactions. Senate Bill 386 by Senator Grant of the 25th and others. Advanced practice registered nurses, delegation of authority to order radiographic image testing, revised provisions. Senate Bill 414 by Senator Underman of the 45th and others. Music therapists require licensure by the Secretary of State, establishment of music therapy advisory group. Senate Bill 416 by Senator Carter the 1st and others. Insurance Department authorized to develop exchange standards regarding electronic prior authorization drug requests with healthcare providers. Senate Bill 431 by Senator Hill the 32nd and others. Forgery and fraudulent practices. Add medical identity fraud to the provisions relating to identity fraud. Definitions. Senate Bill 453 by Senator Carter the 1st. Georgia Composite Medical Board, provide for additional power. Enact the Georgia Pain Management Clinic Act, require licensure. Senate Bill 459 by Senator Schaefer, the 48th, and others. Electric utilities, consumers may elect not to use smart meters. Public Service Commission may create, regulate a surcharge for consumers who elect not to use smart meters. Senate Bill 464 by Senator Ligon of the 3rd and others. Fish and fishing, limit the number of commercial crabbing licenses issued. Senate Bill 470 by Senator Goggins of the 7th. Patient self-referral, revise the definition of rural area. Senate Bill 483 by Senator Mills of the 53rd and others. Public Service Commission, chairperson, change the term, manner of election. Senate Bill 485 by Senator Grant of the 25th. Patient right to know, administrative remedies prior to inmate filing a complaint, Georgia Composite Medical Board. Senate Resolution 719 by Senator Albers of the 56th and others. Tourism Promotion Joint Study Commission, create. House Bill 514 by Representative Kidd of the 141st. Distilled spirits, free tasting on premises, authorize. House Bill 729 by Representative Knight of the 126th. Revenue and Taxation, Internal Revenue Code of 1986, define terms. House Bill 886 by Representative Williamson of the 111th and others. Banking and Finance, credit exposure as a counterparty in derivative transactions, limit certain obligations. Through with the order, Mr. President.
Roll call, ladies and gentlemen. Roll call. Secretary will call the roll of the senators. Signify your presence by voting yea switch. The Secretary will unlock the machine. I'll recognize you. All right, there'll be motions to excuse before we unlock the machine. Who has a motion? Right now, it's Senator 34th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 38th. She is in the building.
Motion to excuse Senator from 38th. Is the objection? Hearing none, it's so moved. Are there others? The Secretary will call the roll of the senators. Signify your presence by voting the yea switch. The Secretary will unlock the machine. "51 senators present, Mr. Secretary. May I have your attention? I would like to recognize at this time, for the purpose of our devotional, the lovely senator from the 26th District for the purpose of leading the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and the pledge to the Georgia flag. It is my pleasure to introduce the senator from the 26th District in Bibb County.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Would you please rise to pledge allegiance to the United States flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, and moderation. Thank you. To the Dean of the Senate, to my fellow senators, I want to welcome you all to Macon Day, the longest day we are going to be here so far. Okay, today, the pastor of today is my very own pastor, Pastor David Neely. And he has with him here today his lovely wife and his daughter, Deidre. I'm going to ask them to stand, please. I'm very honored to have my pastor here today because he's been a very good friend to me, and he's been a tremendous counselor to me. He has taught me how to behave under pressure and how to be a good steward. And I really appreciate that. He's been pastor of Berean Christian Center for over 25 years, and he comes to us with a wealth of knowledge on the Bible and how we as Christians should conduct ourselves in our day-to-day dealings with our fellow man, whoever your neighbor is, whoever you happen to be by at that time. So at this time, I commit to you, my pastor, David Neely. I ask you to hear ye him. Thank you.
Mr. President, senators, I appreciate you allowing me to be here today, and I thank you for that. I want to just say a few things. There was an incident in the Bible, in the book of Genesis. They were having a conversation in a place that they should not have been, or even having that conversation. They were trying to decide whether or not they would do something God told them not to do, that is, eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. And the thing that swung their vote over to eating the fruit from the tree of the knowledge and good and evil, you got it, okay, was that this is what the serpent said to them. You know that in the day that you eat of that tree, you will be as God. In the 82nd Psalm, it starts out saying, God is standing in the congregation of the gods. What happened in Genesis was that man took the right to make decisions. In essence, the thing that makes man God from the scriptural point of view is that he makes decisions. When he was first in the garden, he made no decisions. God guided everything. We bit that apple, and now we have to live with it. And I think you are in a position where you grasp that more than most. The agony and the trouble and all that's involved with having to make decisions on a daily basis. God says you're God's, and you have the responsibility of making decisions. Proverbs says that when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. I do not envy you at all with the weight of the decisions that you have to make. Would you please stand with me as we pray? Father, we thank you. Here we have men and women who have been charged with the responsibility of determining the tranquility of this state in so many ways. It is a weight that I'm sure they often find unbearable. So, Lord, not only do I ask that you guide them in their decision making in this chamber, but Father, that you would give them peace in their personal lives, that they would be able to deal with those decisions that they make, and that they would look to you for every decision that they make, that they will always seek your face and seek your counsel. And so, Father, they can walk away from whatever decision that's been made and know that they've done what you said. And for that, Lord, we thank you. Bless them, Lord. Keep them and guide them. In Jesus' precious name, amen. Thank you.
Are there any unanimous consents? Any unanimous consents? You have before you the consent calendar of privilege resolutions. The questions on the general consent calendar for privilege resolutions. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar for privilege resolutions? The chair has none, and the resolutions are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Mr. Secretary, are there any objections filed to any bills on the local consent calendar?
Mr. President, there are no objections filed in the Secretary's office.
Is the objection to agreeing to the report of the Committee of the State and Local Government Operations that is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. The question on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed nay, and the Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the local consent calendar, the yeas are 43, the nays are 1. All bills on the local calendar having received the requisite constitutional majority are therefore passed. Then 49th. Recognize the distinguished Senator 49th for having our Doctor of the Day.
A great thanks to the Dean of the Senate for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present to you the Doctor of the Day, Hal Wilcox III. Dr. Wilcox is a native of Atlanta. He earned his medical degree from Emory University. He's completed a general surgery internship and orthopedic surgery internship at Emory University, and has just a gentleman of great distinction and a terrific physician. As a matter of fact, he was my son's physician when he was in his residency here in Atlanta. And a little known fact about Dr. Silcox, his great-grandfather, Allen D. Candler, is buried in Alta Vista Cemetery and was once the governor of Georgia. I give to you the great Dr. Hal Silcox III, MD.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate the chance to speak to you. I appreciate all that you're doing for the great state of Georgia, most especially for us as physicians and for our patients. And again, thank you, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We have 5 or 6 special presentations, and we will take them at this time. Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 40th, from DeKalb. Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 1037 by Senator Miller, the 40th, and others. Resolution recognizing and commending Comcast for its Leaders and Achievers and Internet Essentials programs and for other purposes. Whereas the Comcast Foundation was founded by Comcast Corporation in June of 1999 to provide charitable support to the communities where its customers and employees live, work, and raise families. Whereas each year Comcast and the Comcast Foundation ask high-risk principals and guidance counselors to collaborate in identifying the best and brightest high school seniors in their communities. Whereas the Comcast Leaders and Achievers Scholarship Program recognizes students who exemplify these ideals and who serve as role models for their fellow student, and recognizes the scholarship winners by providing them each with a $1,000 grant to attend any accredited nonprofit college, university, or vocational technical school in the United States. Whereas the state of Georgia is a champion of supporting the dreams of its youth and addressing the digital divide, and it is abundantly fitting and proper that the efforts of Comcast and the Comcast Foundation be appropriately recognized. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Comcast and the Comcast Foundation for their efforts to further the dreams of young leaders and recognize them for addressing digital literacy.
Thank you. Today we recognize Comcast and the Comcast Foundation. They've worked with high school principals and guidance counselors to help identify our best and brightest. And this particular group, the company as well as the foundation, what they do is recognize students who exemplify ideals and serve as role models for their fellow students, and they give scholarships in the amount of $1,000 to attend any accredited nonprofit college, university, or vocational technical school in the United States. To date, they have given about 70 of these scholarships. Today, in recognition of this accomplishment, we salute them, and representing Comcast and coming to the mic will be Michael Hewitt. Michael?
Thank you, Senator. On behalf of Comcast, we really appreciate this recognition. We are very committed to being strong community partners, and our Internet Essentials program and our Leadership and Achievers Scholarship programs are just examples of how we want to reinvest in the communities we serve. So thank you again. We appreciate this.
We have more special guests. The chair recognizes the distinguished and lovely senator from the 45th to introduce her guest.
Go ahead. Bob, go ahead. Just go.
Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 714 by Senators Underman of the 45th and others. Resolution recognizing Wednesday, February 29th, 2012 as Skin Cancer Awareness Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas melanoma and other skin cancers are one of the most preventable yet fatal forms of cancer, accounting for more than 50% of all cancers combined, including breast, lung, and prostate cancer. Whereas 1 American dies of melanoma every 67 minutes, and the estimated total direct annual cost of melanoma treatment exceeds $290 million. Whereas it is reported that 1 of the million newly diagnosed cases of melanoma and other skin cancers each year, an estimated 10,710 people will die. Whereas the objectives of the Georgia Society of Dermatologists are to promote the highest possible standards of clinical practice, education, and research in dermatological medicine and surgery and related disciplines, to promote the public interest relating to dermatology, to advance on behalf of dermatology and high-quality patient care, to provide a forum for the discussion of medical and practice-related problems. Whereas it is necessary to encourage public awareness of the dangers of excessive or unprotected direct exposure to the sun, and to educate people about preventive safety measures to avoid or lessen the chances of developing melanoma or one of the other preventable skin cancers, while still being able to safely enjoy outdoor activities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body encourage all Georgians to have a greater awareness of the risk of skin cancer and the need for early diagnosis of skin cancer, and recognize February 29th, 2012 as Skin Cancer Awareness Day at the state capitol.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. It's my honor today to present Skin Cancer Awareness Day here at the Capitol. And we are used to doing this, but I want to tell you the significance of it. Everyone has on their white ribbon with the dots, and it's called Spot Check Day. And fortunately, the Atlanta Dermatological a group is here, and if you go down to room 230, it takes about 15 minutes, and they actually do a spot check for you. I went down there last year. I had 5 potential cases. I went right after session in May and went to my local dermatologist. He took those potential skin cancers off, and fortunately they were benign. But I want you to know there has been legislators, and there was one legislator last year who did have a positive potential melanoma. And he had that taken off, and he's doing fine. But if we did not perform these here at the Capitol and raise the awareness of this, not just with legislators, but all of the people in the building, the visitors, the administrative assistants, everyone who goes down there, you do have the potential of saving your life and not having to have cancer. And that is what the whole mission is across the whole state of Georgia, is that it is preventable, that if you catch this within a certain amount of time, that you are really bypassing having a lot of pain and misery in your life. So we are very, very grateful for this service. They do it every year. We have folks that work very diligently. It's not an easy task to get everyone together. We are very grateful for not only what you do here at the Capitol, but across the state of Georgia. And thank you so much for doing it, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please give them a round of applause.
The chair is privileged to recognize some distinguished citizens from Macon and Bibb County. Wesleyan College is the oldest women's college in the world, and I have the privilege of knowing the president well. She's a distinguished Georgian. My great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother both graduated from Wesleyan College, so it has a special place in my family and with others. Without further ado, I will ask the secretary to read the resolution, and then I'll recognize the distinguished senator from Bibb.
Senate Resolution 797, set by Senator Staten of the 18th and others. A resolution recognizing and commending Wesleyan College and for other purposes. Whereas Wesleyan College was chartered on December 23, 1836 as the first college in the world to grant degrees to women, 84 years before women in America were allowed to vote. Whereas Wesleyan College was founded through the efforts of a group of Macon citizens and the Georgia Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church as evidence of their concern for the education of women. Whereas Wesleyan College has always been a women's college and has remained in continuous existence even through a wartime. Whereas the world's first alumni association was founded at Wesleyan College on July 11, 1859. Whereas the first woman in Georgia to receive the Doctor of Medicine degree was Mary McKay, class of 1878. Whereas the first woman to argue a case before the Georgia Court of Appeals or the Georgia Supreme Court and the first woman to hold an elective office in the state of Georgia was Viola Ross Napier, class of 1901. Whereas the first woman in Georgia to be issued a commercial pilot's license was Hazel Jane Raines, class of 1936. Whereas the first Jimmy and Rosalind Carter Partnership Award for the campus community collaboration was awarded to Wesleyan College in November of 2000 for Aunt Maggie's Kitchen Table Outreach Center. Whereas the first woman president of the Florida Senate in 1996 and the first woman lieutenant governor of the state of Florida in 2003 was Antoinette Tony Jennings, class of 1971. Whereas Wesleyan College is not only celebrating its 175th year of educating women, but is also preparing to educate women for the next 175 years and beyond. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Wesleyan College for realizing its mission to be a pioneer for women's education, with thousands of alumni having served their communities, churches, and professions, anchored in tradition and guided by an innovative spirit, and for preparing a new generation of leaders who will ensure a strong and vibrant future for the state of Georgia, and recognize not only Wesleyan's prestigious legacy and of advancing women, but also its commitment to remaining first for women.
My pleasure to give you the distinguished senator from the 18th, senator from Bibb.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. And it is indeed an honor to stand before you today to hear this resolution read and to present to you my distinguished guests who are here because we wish to honor one of the fine educational institutions of Middle Georgia. We are blessed in Macon to have historic institutions of higher education, but none more so, none more distinguished than Wesleyan College. If you were listening and you heard in the reading of the resolution the fact that this is indeed the first college in the world. Did you hear that? The first college in the world to grant degrees to women. 84 years it was founded before women in America were allowed to vote. There's so many firsts for Wesleyan that I'm not going to repeat them all, they were read in the resolution itself. But the first Georgian, just to mention a few, to receive the Doctor of Medicine degree, a graduate of Wesleyan College. The first woman to hold elective office in the state of Georgia from Wesleyan College. And on and on and on we could go in seeking to honor this fine institution. We're here today to recognize them on their 175th anniversary, which was this past December 23rd. We're delighted to have with us today the president of Wesleyan, who's giving great leadership to this institution of higher learning, President Ruth Knox. We're very pleased to have Dr. Vivia Fowler, who's the dean of the college, Ms. Patty Gibbs, who is the dean of students, and Ms. Kendall Binion, who is the Student Government Association president. I would like to ask you, before President Knox says a few words to us, if you would join me in commending and honoring this fine Georgia institution of higher education, this historic institution on its 175th anniversary, Wesleyan College. President Knox.
Thank you so much for those kind words. Distinguished members of the Senate, the entire Wesleyan community joins me in thanking you for this resolution honoring Wesleyan's unique place in women's education. We have every intention of continuing to be first for women for the next 175 years and longer, and of continuing to bring honor to the state through the contributions of our exemplary students, alumni, faculty, staff, trustees, and on and on. We're so very proud to be located in the heart of this great state of Georgia in Macon, and we thank you for everything that this legislative body does to promote quality higher education throughout our state. We are indeed honored by this recognition today. Thank you.
We have more distinguished guests, and to bring you these guests, I recognize the senator from the 24th. Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 1070 by Senators Jackson on the 24th and others. A resolution commending American bikers active towards education and recognizing February 29th, 2012 as Bikers Day at the Capitol and for other purposes. Whereas American Bikers Active Towards Education, ABATE, is a politically active nonprofit organization working on motorcyclists' rights, whose goal is rider education and public awareness of motorcyclists. Whereas ABATE has created the Georgia Motorcycle Safety Program, a rider education program that is available to everyone. Established the month of May as Motorcycle Awareness and You Month, an annual effort that raises public awareness of motorcycles, successfully lobbied legislators to approve increased funding for the GMSP in the amount of $170,000 after the license tag rate was raised to $20 on all vehicles, and established a 15 direct organization that has led to more that has led to more participation locally while raising their membership statewide. Whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that the outstanding work of this fine organization and its numerous contributions to the citizens of this state be appropriately recognized. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend American Bikers Active Towards Education for their contributions in education, raising awareness of motorcyclists, and promoting safe riding habits, and recognize February 29th, 2012 as Bikers Day at the Capitol.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today is Bikers Day at the Capitol. We always look forward to that. There's ring the area with motorcycles. We have today some folks from that motorcycle activity over this state, American Bikers Active Towards Education, ABATE. And we're happy to have them, and I want to call their leader forward and to make a mark too, and I'd like for you all to welcome them here when he finishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, on behalf of ABATE of Georgia and all of our members, thank the Senate for this wonderful recognition. We appreciate very much being here, and we appreciate all of you. February 29th is an extra day this year, and it reminds me to remind you, when you're in your vehicles, take that extra look. Look twice. The life you save may be your neighbor's. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Got 1023.
I'm going to give it to the esteemed
Robert Bryan.
Oh, okay. Okay. Which folks?
We have two more, ladies and gentlemen, right on the way. Senator Ninth is on his way. Then we have a very special tribute by the state Senate together after that. Yeah, you on the list? I got you. You ready? She ready? You ready? What you want? You got a resolution?
No. I'm just talking about the women's suffrage. Since we're killing time, today is, and you got the thing. Is he here?
I was just going to have some say while we're on dead time, that's all.
All right, well, let's wait just a moment and get down for Recognize the chair recognizes the senator from the 9th. The secretary will read Senate Resolution 1026.
Senate Resolution 1026 by Senator Balfour the 9th. A resolution recognizing and commending Life South Community Blood Centers and the 5 Points of Life Foundation and for other purposes. Whereas Life South Community Blood Centers is one of the largest blood providers in the United States, collecting and supplying blood from more than 100 medical facilities in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. Whereas Life South operates 19 regions that include 30 donor centers, 41 blood mobiles, and 14 indoor blood drive systems, giving Life South the capacity of collecting blood at 90 venues daily. Whereas a nonprofit organization, Life South's mission is to provide a safe blood supply that meets or exceeds the needs of local communities and provides patients with services in support of blood and transfusion-related activities. Whereas one of the only handful of community cord blood centers in the country seeking FDA licensing, Life South has completed the construction of a state-of-the-art cord blood center and has launched LifeCord, the first public blood bank in the Southeast, partnering with hospitals in Georgia to collect and store umbilical cord blood units to be available for treatment and research. Whereas the 5 Points of Life Kids Marathon on May 5th in Atlanta is aiding in the battle against juvenile obesity by encouraging and inspiring children to be active. Whereas it is abundantly fitting and proper that the dedication to improving the lives of Georgians consistently demonstrated by this outstanding organization is appropriate recognition. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Life South Community Blood Centers for its commitment to providing Georgia communities with a safe blood supply that meets the needs of local patients, and recognize the 5 Points Foundation for continuing to educate Georgians on 5 ways to share life with others.
Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from Gwinnett to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution commends Life South Community Blood Centers. They've done a great job for the state of Georgia, a great job for each of one of our constituents that help with this issue, and we appreciate what they do and want to hand them this resolution. So thank you very much.
On behalf of Life South, we want to thank you for the honor and the privilege of receiving this. Thank you very much.
You'll do Robert Brown. Senator 26th and the 18th, if you'll both come up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's, Mr. Doorkeepers, let's summon the senators back into the chamber from the anterooms. If you could, let's take our seats for this next presentation. It's very important and very meaningful to all members of the Senate. And if we could, let's have order for the reading of this resolution. I have both the senators from Bibb up here. The secretary will read Senate Resolution 966.
Senate Resolution 1023 by Senators Parrish of the 26th and others.
Oh.
A resolution honoring the life and memory of Senator Robert Brown and for other purposes. Whereas the state of Georgia mourns the immeasurable loss of one of its most distinguished citizens with the passing of former Senator Robert Brown on December 8, 2011. Whereas a graduate of Mercer University in Macon, he went on to be a strong advocate for the school and a valiant fighter for education and opportunity for everyone, as evidenced by his key role in creating the Hope Scholarship. Whereas Senator Brown was a servant leader, never thinking of himself, but always of the people of this state and their needs, especially children, the less fortunate, and the disadvantaged. Whereas Senator Brown was heavily involved in the civil rights movement in Macon, where he repeatedly marched for equal rights and jobs for African Americans, and was a civil rights pioneer in the 1960s and 1970s. Whereas he served 3 terms as member of the Board of Education of Bibb County before his election in 1991 as Bibb County's first black senator since Reconstruction. And he served 20 years in the state Senate and was elected minority leader in 2005. Whereas he lived for politics and dedicated his entire life to the betterment of his fellow citizens of the state of Georgia. Whereas he was known to his colleagues as a bright, dependable, respected man who was the most loyal political friend anyone could ever have. Whereas Senator Brown loved this state, his community, and his native Macon, spearheading legislative efforts to save the Douglas Theater and help the Tubman African American Museum. Whereas he gave inspiration to many through his high ideals, morals, and deep concern for his fellow citizens, and the devotion, patience, and understanding he demonstrated to his colleagues, associates, and constituents were admired by others. Whereas a compassionate and generous man, Robert Brown will long be remembered for his love of family and friendship, and this loyal senator, citizen, and friend will be missed by all who had the great fortune of knowing him. Now therefore be resolved by the Senate that the members of this body join in honoring the life and memory of Senator Robert Brown and express their deepest and most sincere regret at his passing.
It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce you to the senator from the 26th who will speak to the resolution and a video.
Thank you, Dean of the Senate. And to my colleagues, I just want to say it is my humble honor to be in the Senate seat of such an honorable man. We have a video that we have comprised for your viewing, and I would appreciate that you all watch it and enjoy it, and just remember our dear senator from the 26th. Thank you.
I'll be sitting in the evening car, watching the ships roll in, and I'll watch them roll away again. Yeah, I'm sitting on the dock.
Robert, I just deeply appreciate your sacrifice for the state. You gave so much of your time, effort, and life to making this a better state for many, many people, and we really deeply appreciate it.
Well, there's a lot of great memories I have with Senator Brown. Actually, our friendship goes 18 years. As a lieutenant governor, working with the minority leader, I had numerous meetings with him privately. And the one thing that I would always say about Senator Brown is that he recognized that politics was not about the past. It was always about the future. And he was a guy who would fight hard on the things that he believed, very passionate about.
But he knew that as leader of the Democratic caucus, he had to bring people together, and he made sure that all members were listened to, whether you were from an urban area or rural area. He made sure that you as a caucus member, thought that you were a viable part of the Democratic caucus. And so my relationship with him was based on mutual respect.
There's one thing about Robert Brown. If he was a committed individual, he was one that he constantly was quiet about the way he did things, but at the same time, he was somebody that you can always count on in the difficult times to come forward.
Robert would always give you the straight up of it. You didn't have to worry about it, whether it was the truth or whether he allowed his opinions to sway what actually happened or not.
Senator Brown served District 26 with a type of quiet strength that is so was so revered by his constituents and by leaders alike.
He knew that an opposition party was very critical to a democracy. That a minority party, when it was an opposition party, when it functioned as a real opposition party, it was that democracy was being fulfilled. And that will be, I think, when all is said and done, looking back from a distance, will be his greatest legacy, keeping Democratic Party's ideals alive as a viable option to the majority party.
Senator Brown would have a relaxing mode in the chamber, but if it had an issue, he would just awake like Hercules and come to the well and make such statements that would impact or impress anybody.
But let me tell you about, when we talk about politics, sometimes you have to go back to the root of the word. That's why you begin to understand what the words really mean. I know some of you may not be etymologists, but I know you were taught how to go look up a word in the dictionary and then take the thesaurus and see if there were similar words. Let's look at this word, politics. Poly, many. Ticks, bloodsuckers. Bloodsuckers. Now, right now, I want to talk about the bloodsuckers for a minute. I've heard people talk about all aspects of this bill. When they talk about local control, it's not about local control, it's about the liquor. And when I say to you about local control, I'm under local control. Miss May Liza and the preachers and the Sunday school teachers who sent me here, they are controlling me. And they told me not to vote for this bill. So I'm under local control.
I think this has been one of the most unproductive sessions. We've had to wrangle with this budget. Unfortunately, we don't look like we're going to have a viable transportation plan. There are a lot of other things that are laying on the table as far as education is concerned. I'm very much concerned that, again, we're going to be faced with a situation where we're reducing our support for education in this state. And if we're looking at long-term growth, it's important for us to make sure that we preserve and protect our education system. And I don't see us doing that effectively this session.
I'm going to talk about something in ways that I normally don't talk. I know you've seen different versions of me in this well. You've seen me with my red suspenders. I'm no clown. My name just rhymes with clown. I will not be doing any clowning around today. I'm going to talk about politicians, senators, suckers, and bloodsuckers. Gloves are off. Now, when I first came to this body, I didn't come up here to get rich. I didn't come up here to pal around with the lobbyists and try to make contacts so I could make contracts. I came up here on a crusade for justice. I came out of a community organizing advocacy position. Now, some of you see me sitting back there with my eyes closed, ran way back. You think I'm asleep. But I learned a long time ago that it's better to listen than to see.
The thing that I remember most about Senator Brown from the very beginning was the fact that he's what I call a sleeper. You know, he's the kind of guy that never really got riled up, almost just be asleep. And then all of a sudden he just goes to the well and then just, continues to make a great speech on something that he feels very passionate about.
The thing that I remember most about Senator Brown was his intelligence. He was a master strategist who always was thinking several steps ahead.
But he could come out the cage and come out very forceful. But my sense of him and his attribute was that he was a quiet leader. He was a committed leader. He was one that once his word was his bond. Once he gave you his word, no matter what the external pressures was, no matter what the tourniquet was, Robert Brown was there with you in that issue. So I think I remember him in that sense, that he was a quiet leader, but yet he was an effective leader, and he was a very much committed leader.
Robert was the same, in the office, in the legislature, at home, always straight up and honest, a man of few words, and taught me to value brevity. He always said that, people appreciate when you don't talk too long, you know, and they hear what you have to say. And I appreciated that about him because he spoke, but when he spoke little, but when he did speak, it was of substance.
And I thought about him the other night when I was thinking of our favorite Bible verse that we shared when we went to churches and we talked about all the time. And that was Ecclesiastes 3:3. It says, "For everything there is a season and a time and a place under the heavens. It's a time to live and a time to die. It's a time to love and a time to hate. There's a time for war and a time for peace. This is the time for peace, and may he rest in peace." And I am so, so happy that I had this season with Robert Brown. I'm glad he shared his good times and his bad times with so many of us. I will always remember him.
Well, you know, when you think about someone's death and the legacy and their memory, I always like to go to the strength of the mind and of the heart, and I always say that when you look back on anyone's life, you cherish those memories and moments that you had to share with them.
I think his mark really is one that's about fighting for his constituency, fighting for the people that needed the voice that only he could deliver.
For working together on things that mattered perhaps from the heart was a little different. Once Senator Brown actually went to the well defending my honor. And when that happened, without any urging from anybody to do that, it gave us a really close relationship. You know, he'll be sorely missed. He was a man that carried a lot of influence, not only in the state, but also around the Macon-Bibb County area. And I think that the legacy he lives, that he was very compassionate.
The passing of Senator Brown was a tremendous blow, very unexpected to Macon and Middle Georgia. And we lost a leader that we could look to.
Other than that, I miss him terribly. I'll always miss him, but I certainly appreciate all the contributions to our community. And just, I appreciate him just being a lifelong friend of mine, a loyal friend that I could count on.
I am so happy that we have had an opportunity to share God's blessings and time with our brother, our friend, our mentor, my cousin, and he was always the greatest leader that I've ever known in this state Senate, a man of peace, and that is Robert Brown. Senator Robert Brown, you will be missed. We love you, but God love you best.
In order that we may keep the special occasion which we assembled at this very moment, I want to first thank the Senator from the 26th for this fine presentation and resolution. Now I want to call in his colleague, a great Georgia Baptist layman and deacon, the Senator from the 18th, to lead us in a special closing tribute.
Thank you again, Dean of the Senate. And it is indeed an honor for me to join with you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in commending and honoring the life of our former colleague. I did not know Robert Brown before I came to the Senate in 2004. He was a person, frankly, I wish I could have known in his days, the days of a younger Robert Brown when he was a civil rights leader. in his 3 terms on the school board in Bibb County. But I knew him here, and for 8 years, we worked together quietly, becoming friends. Many people didn't always know that or even understand it, because we were often at odds politically. We were from different sides of the aisle, and there were times we simply couldn't agree. Robert Brown was a formidable political foe. He knew what he believed. He believed it strongly. He believed it deeply. And he would fight for what he believed with every breath and with every ounce of energy he possessed. But he was also a kind and compassionate man who was always ready for a handshake and a smile. And in the final years of our service together here representing Bibb County, we formed a relationship working closely together on issues like consolidation and how we could better and improve our community. We honor his service. He was a public servant who loved his community and who served his constituents well. I would ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you would stand and join me in a moment of silence in honor of Senator Robert Brown. Amen.
Thank you, Senators. That's indeed a great tribute. Before you leave, we have one other resolution honoring Macon and Bibb County. Today is Macon-Bibb County Day, and I would ask the clerk to read Senate Resolution 966 in honor of Macon and Bibb County.
Senate Resolution 966 by Senator Parrish of the 26th and others. Resolution welcoming citizens and public officials from Macon and Bibb County and observing February 29th, 2012 as Macon Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas public officials and citizens from Macon and Bibb County annually come to the General Assembly to meet with their area's legislative delegation because a healthy democracy demands an active exchange of ideas between citizens and their elected representatives. Whereas the officials and citizens from Macon and Bibb County have outstanding leadership in Mayor Robert Reichert and Samuel F. Hart, Senior Chairman of the Board of Commissions of Bibb County. And whereas it is appropriate that this body recognize the rich history and tradition of Macon and Bibb County. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body welcome the citizens and public officials from Macon and Bibb County, observing February 29th, 2012 as Macon Day at the state capitol.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The chair has the privilege to recognize the senator from the 18th to speak to Macon Day.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I am pleased to join with the senator from the 26th in extending to you an invitation to join us tonight at the depot beginning at 5:30. It is Macon Day. Those of you who have been around the Capitol for a while know what a wonderful treat it is on Macon Day to come down and enjoy some of the wonderful hospitality for many of our restaurants and many of the businesses in Macon. We hope you'll come and join us tonight. We promise you a great time. We look forward to this time of the year in Macon Day because we know the session will end soon, and when we get home, right behind the session will come the beautiful Cherry Blossom Festival, and one of the most beautiful places in the world is in the spring when the Yoshino cherry trees are blooming in Macon. Join us tonight at 5:30, and we'll look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you very much, Senators. You call them like Motel 6 and tell them to leave the light on because we may be a little later than 5:30 or 6. Moving on to the rules calendar, ladies and gentlemen. Ready, Mr. Secretary? Third reading and consideration of general bills and resolutions. $238. Secretary will read Senate Bill 238.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators James of the 35th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 30 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to handicapped persons and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Senate Committee on Public Safety offers the following substitution to Senate Bill 238. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 30 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to handicapped persons, so as to provide that any motorized wheelchair or scooter operated on public parks and sideways shall be equipped with reflectors and for other purposes.
Recognize the senator from the 35th District to speak to Senate Bill 238.
Thank you, Mr. President and Dean of the Senate. Senators, I appreciate the opportunity to bring forth Senate Bill 238 before this august body. This bill will simply require reflectors to be placed on both sides of a wheelchair and on the back of a wheelchair. This is less than a $25 purchase, and it will be able to prevent injuries. These people who use these handicapped vehicles are amputees, people with broken legs, paraplegics, burn victims, people who are weak and fragile, poor vision persons, and paralyzed persons, just to name a few. But I'm sure that you've noticed lately, especially in the grocery store, people are using these motorized scooters just to shop, and then they go to their cars. Wheelchair and motorized scooter safety impacts everyone, drivers and wheelchair users alike. This is why we raised this issue, and I ask for your favorable consideration. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I have statistics, if you need them, on how many people are killed or injured with motorized scooters, using them in the streets or after dark in the public places. So please vote yes to help users avoid mishaps and common dangers. If there are no questions, I yield the
You
will
have some questions,
and ask for your
Senator. Do you
favorable
mind answering them?
Yes, I will.
Chair recognizes Senator from 25th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the senator yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that this bill only requires these reflectors to be used on motorized wheelchairs and scooters at night when they are used on public highways and that sort of
and streets,
area,
yes.
public highways and streets? And is it not true that this bill passed out of Public Safety Committee unanimously, and that I support this bill?
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, that is very true. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Senator 33rd. Question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator, I noticed in the original bill, it called for all scooters sold or manufactured or whatever in the state of Georgia after December. It was a date certain. And in the substitute, you don't have a date there. I wonder, has there been any consideration given to some of these folks that I have seen and you have seen that have to have that wheelchair, and we don't even know if they have a place to live? I'm worried about them getting equipped with that and the cost of it. Can you tell me about how that will go?
No, the substitute eliminated mandatory use of it. So it is only to be used by those who are after dark go out on the streets. And it's only $25 at the most because most of the time it's $10 for the whole package.
Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator 31st. Question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
I'd like to direct you to line 11 in the substitute bill, refers to motorized wheelchair.
Okay. I'm sorry, for whatever reason, I left the bill on my desk, but can you?
Would you mind explaining to me why you only choose to do this on motorized wheelchairs? Are they more in need of reflectors than a non-motorized wheelchair?
Yes, sir. The normal speed of a person that walks, Senator, is roughly 3 miles per hour. Motorized wheelchairs can be up to 3 times more than that. A regular, normal, without, a wheelchair and a scooter that does not have motor on it is half of that. Is about how people walk. So this is 3 times faster. So it's moving faster, and most people cannot see them because they are low to the ground. So many vehicles can't see them, but with the reflectors, they will be able to see them better.
Do you yield for further
Yes,
questions?
I further yield, yes.
So is your concern about pedestrians that's on their walkway that would be run over by this fast wheelchair, or are you worried about this wheelchair being run over by someone else?
I'm trying to protect the lives of those who must use wheelchairs or scooters, and that's who's injured. That's the people who are injured most of the time by a vehicle, and it's not a wheelchair running into a person.
Well, that's, I guess, my question then is, why are we only protecting motorized wheelchairs? Why wouldn't we want to care for those that are propelling themselves physically? Wouldn't they be just as important as the ones on a motorized wheelchair?
They're just as important, but the statistics show that they don't have as many people in regular wheelchairs that are out in the public streets, especially after dark, without someone pushing them.
One further question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Also on that same line, it refers to the scooter, wheelchair or scooter that's operated on the sidewalks. So now, are we protecting? Again, I'm trying to figure out: are we worried about people walking into them, or are we worried about people driving on the sidewalk and hitting them?
We're worried about the same thing that a bicycle rider would have. A person that's riding a bicycle. They put the same reflectors. In fact, now the manufacturers are putting them on bicycles, but they put them on there to protect them, both them and the people who are also out on the sidewalks. So both.
Thank you, Senator.
You're very welcome, sir.
One more question. Senator 15th is recognized. Question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator, by way of explanation, isn't it true that a lot of these motorized wheelchairs operate on the streets as well? They will go long distances from where some of the people live to the post office to fast food, and this will increase the visibility of those people who travel at day and at night. Isn't that true?
This is true. This will increase the visibility of them, and in particular, in my district, it's an area called Christian City, where they have a senior citizen community as well as a nursing home. Many of them have to go across to the hospital that's attached to it too for rehabilitation, and many of them cannot walk that far, so they use the motorized scooters or wheelchairs. And so this will protect them and make them be able to be seen, because there have been some serious injuries, but no deaths, and I don't want any deaths.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much.
I see no more
Any
questions.
other question?
No more questions, sir.
Okay. I yield the well, thank you. And I ask for your favorable consideration.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. All those in favor of the adoption of the committee substitute? It passed. Those in favor of the committee substitute will vote aye. Those opposed, nay, and the secretary will unlock the machines. Recognize the senator from 49th.
Mr. President, it is true that this is a good public policy and great safety for those in wheelchairs and for those in automobiles as well.
Whatever you say, Senator, we agree with.
I have great knowledge on the subject personally, Mr. President, and I would ask for your green vote on that.
I'm sure you're the holder of all earthly and celestial knowledge, and we agree with you totally.
You got that right.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 2. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The Secretary will read Senate Bill 381.
Senate Bill 381 by Senator Liggett III and others. A bill to be entitled an Act to amend Chapter 80 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to local government general provisions so as to change certain definitions relating to the electronic transmission of budgets and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass.
I recognize the senator from the 3rd District to speak to Senate Bill 381.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 381 adds some additional disclosure requirements for school boards. Currently, counties are required to submit their detailed budgets to the Carl Vinson Institute for posting on their website for review by the public. The requirements for the school boards are less strenuous. And what we've done is we've taken their disclosure requirements, which are submitted to the Board of Education, and included that in the code section. And you can see on lines 25 and 26 that they're to include their detailed budget, including the annual financial report by fund, revenue source, function, program, object, and school. And it's just a disclosure to provide more information to the public within the school district. And with that, Mr. President, unless there are any questions, I'll yield the will.
We have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is the objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay, and the secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50, the nays are none. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. There you go, Colonel. Secretary will read House Senate Bill 403.
Senate Bill 403 by Senator Miller of the 40th and others. A bill to be entitled an Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education to its revised provisions relating to school health nurse programs and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Appropriations recommend that this bill do pass as amended. Senate Appropriations Committee offers the following amendment. Amend Senate Bill 403 by inserting after funding on line 62 the following. Each local school system shall expend 100% of the funds earned pursuant to this paragraph for salaries and benefits for school nurses.
Recognize the senator from the 40th District to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 403 comes from the State Education Finance Study Commission, and the subject is school nurses. Our current formula for school nurses has historically been funded at a flat amount with no adjustments made for increased students or supplies or other program costs, and the Commission recommends that a formula be created to help fund the school nurse program based on student count. The bill does that. In the elementary level, we will have one nurse for every 750 students, and at the secondary level, one nurse for every 500 students. The position will be funded with benefits. Over a 3-year period, the state will contribute 40%, then 45%, and then 50% of the cost. With the amendment, the funds must be expended by the state on the nurses themselves. In 2013, we'll put $3.6 million in 2015, about $10 million. We'll also have funding and grants for supplies, as well as a coordinator for the school health nurse program. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
No questions, Senator.
I ask for your favorable consideration.
Question is on the adoption of committee substitute. Is there objection? Without objection, committee substitute is adopted. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection? Agree and report of committee which fail pass the bill. Chairs none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chairs none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read Senate Bill 404.
Senate Bill 404 by Senator Miller of the 40th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Quality Basic Education Act so as to provide for the development of a category-level expenditure controls for staff development funds and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Appropriations recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. The Senate Appropriations Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 404. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Quality Basic Education Act so as to provide for the development of category-level expenditure controls for staff development funds and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 40th again.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this bill comes from the State Education Finance Study Commission. It deals with professional learning. The Commission recommends providing funding for the Department of Education to develop professional learning training centered on statewide strategic initiatives. The system allows the department to take a statewide approach on areas of concern, for example, grade level reading. The Commission also recognizes how important school building leadership is and recommends school administrators be included in the professional learning earnings. We will start actually putting funds on this in 2014 to the tune of about $7 million. And I'll be happy to answer questions. If not, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator from the 42nd has a question. Recognized.
Thank you. With Senator Yield.
Yes.
How do we ensure that local boards are complying with this directive?
It's required in the bill that the money go for professional learning.
Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of committee substitute. Is the objection? Without objection, committee substitute is adopted. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is the objection agreed to report of committee which fail pass the bill? Chair is none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are the objections? Chair is none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45 and the nays are 6. And this bill, having received its constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read Senate Bill 405.
Senate Bill 405 by Senator Miller, the 49th, and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 14 of the Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Office of Student Achievement and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 405. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 2 of Chapter 14 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the Office of Student Achievement so as to provide that a private college that submits confidential student data and records to the Office of Student Achievement shall not be liable for the breach of the confidentiality and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 49th speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise before you to speak to Senate Bill 405, College Indemnity Bill. The Governor's Office of Student Achievement is creating a statewide database that will involve 8 different state agencies and 1 nonprofit association. That nonprofit association is the Georgia Independent College Association. This database is part of the requirement for the Race to the Top grant. The Georgia Independent College Association will submit student data just like other state agencies, and as you are well aware, state institutions and agencies are indemnified under the state's sovereign immunity clause. However, should a database breach occur within the state's data warehouse, the independent colleges would be the only ones that would have a legal liability. The Georgia Independent College Associations consist of 23 colleges, private colleges, not-for-profit, SACS accredited institutions from across the state, and are voluntarily participating in this new database system. This is very good for our private colleges and for our state, and I would encourage your favorable consideration. And if there are no questions, I would yield the well.
Do have a question, Senator.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
from the
President.
53rd is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly, to the distinguished senator from the 53rd.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you got that out. Just wondering, there's a deep concern back here in the corner that this bill doesn't have anything to do with Agenda 21. Could you elaborate? Does it or does it not?
It actually does not, and it has nothing to do with moral turpitude as well.
All right, further questions.
I yield the well, Mr. President. I'd ask for your favorable consideration on 405.
Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection? Without objection, the committee substitute is adopted. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection? Grant report of committee which favor pass the bill. Chairs none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chairs none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the pass the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary reads Senate Bill 412.
Senate Bill 412 by Senator Miller, the 40th, and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 2252 of the OCGA relating to composition and election of county board officials, County Board of Education in counties in which there is a homestead option sales tax, and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 40th to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 412 delays the implementation of DeKalb County's Board of Education reduction from 9 to 7 members to 2015 from 2013. Last year, this bill came over on the last day from the House. I personally assumed that meant we could elect all of our board members at one time. It is not the case. As I've told the senator from the 41st, I believe he tried to make that point in the well, and I either wasn't listening or whatever. And this is an error that needs to be corrected. And we're also working on local maps right now, but we have to have this general bill and I would ask for your favorable consideration. The only change in the current legislation is moving the date from 13 to 15.
No question, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from the 41st to speak to the bill.
Thank you, members of the Senate, for your attention, Mr. President. This bill is a genesis of Senate Bill 79, which was amended in the House by a representative last session. It is about the DeKalb County School Board's reapportionment. Last session, the senator from the 10th had a bill in that would have caused for a referendum and a changing of the number of school board districts in DeKalb County. And it would have been in a fashion that we could have drawn the maps in a conclusive way and had a referendum to end terms early. We explained the problems of Senate Bill 79 at that time. 79 meant that we had to draw a map that went from 9 to 7, do away with at-large districts, and then, because of local legislation that says we could not terminate a term without a referendum, we had to draw districts for the 5 members. The terms ended in 2014. The gentleman from the 40th said we have to pass this bill to correct the problem. The truth is we don't have to pass this bill. We can meet the standard of Senate Bill 79 by drawing maps that comply with both the state law that requires residents in the district and requires that we don't end a term early without a referendum by drawing districts for those at-large members and others whose terms end in 2014. And we can draw them districts. We can make it work. The maps aren't pretty. I can understand the senators from the 40th's concern that this Senate Bill 79 put us in a bad position. But first, I want you to know how the senator from the 41st feels. We came to the well and told the 56 members of this body, or the 55 other members, in fact, 6 of the 7 DeKalb County delegation members agreed with me that we had another alternative, but we weren't listened to. One member from our delegation, because of his party affiliation, controlled the process without any regard what was right or wrong. That's proven out because now that one member says, what we did last time wasn't really right. Now, the real concern here, why we passed the bill, is who is protected and who isn't protected because of their terms ending when they do. Senator the 40th, I think, is concerned that the maps are not pretty, that they do not keep communities of interest together, but he's also concerned with, I think, who is protected and who isn't. I do not advocate on one side or other of this bill. I'm going to vote against it personally, but what I do say to you is the process when 6 members of a 7-member delegation cannot even get their voices heard in this chamber is a concern. I will also say that the maps that I have been shown, which are the intention of the senator from the 40th to draw, give me grave concern. Presently, we have 9 members of the DeKalb County School Board. We have 6 districts that in total minority population are minority. The latest map he has shown me has been that there will be 3 heavily white districts and 4 heavily black districts. Some of those districts, 90% or more black. And I am concerned that we will meet the standard of the Voting Rights Act. I am concerned that other members will not be given input by the senator from the 40th on these maps. When talking to let's put it this way, there should be input from every member of the delegation. And I urge that as this process goes on, when someone says we shouldn't just put these 2 together or those 2 together, that it's not dismissive. That won't work. Sit down and talk. Because that's what I've heard when I've talked about not wanting to pair these two or that. Well, that won't work. We can't pair all 4 from this side of the county or 4 from that side of the county. And maybe it's a two-way streak. Maybe I haven't heard Senator from the 40th good enough on this issue, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. But the process is certainly problematic when local delegations are no longer working as a functioning tool of this body. The reason we have them is so you can get input from local members. And if all the Democrats on local delegations are subject to never having their voice heard, you will pass bad laws like you did in Senate Bill 79. You will pass, in some cases, possibly laws that violate the Voting Rights Act when dealing with reapportionment. And in the long run, you will make a group of people feel disaffected and break down the type of cooperative relationship and decorum this body needs to be able to function. So I urge you to look at this bill very closely, vote your conscience, but no, it should not have to have been here. Thank you. I'll yield the well if there's not any other question. Thank you.
Senator from the 40th is recognized for a question.
I yield.
Is it not true that it probably isn't proper for you to say that I don't care if something's right or wrong?
Please repeat your question.
Is it not true that you stated that I probably don't care if something's right or wrong? Or did I misunderstand you?
I think that Senator, if I think that if you had cared whether Senate Bill 79 was right or wrong, you would have paid attention to the discussion on the floor of the Senate on such an important bill that affected your county, and either you were preoccupied, but you did ask a question during that floor debate, so I know you were here. So I do think you possibly were, maybe I will say this, if you care, then you certainly didn't care enough to listen to the floor debate, or you didn't care enough to overcome your assumption that your Republican colleague was right no matter what the facts were.
Further yield?
I further yield.
Is it not true that we were assured, and the intent of this legislation was to have us vote for all 7 representatives at one time, and we were assured that was the case from the House, and in fact they were wrong, and that was the basis for this bill being passed in the Senate?
Senator, the Senate Bill 79 was so clear in what it said that there is no way that anyone could perceive it as being an intention to vote for all members at the same time unless they did not care enough to read the bill or to go to Legislative Council to inquire in parts that there may have been questions.
One final question.
I will yield as long as you want.
Is it not true that we have been working, the Senator of the 10th and myself, for the last 2 weeks to try to come up with local maps in this particular situation because the House has failed, and that we've had several meetings also with the Senator from the 42nd, and to say that we're not working together to try to resolve this issue is false. Is that not true?
It is not true that you are, I think, including all the perspectives that are necessary to try to reach a conclusion that will get you 4 votes on a delegation. The truth is, in your discussions and with your discussions ongoing from the Senator to 10th, 4 members, a majority of delegation, enough to pass local legislation in any delegation that was wholly controlled by Republicans, they signed a local bill. We put a school board bill on the consent calendar 3 days ago or 2 days ago or whatever, and you objected to it and had it removed. That is the truth, Senator, that if you have, yes, you have been discussing things with Senator 10th and Senator 42nd, but the truth is 4 members of the delegation, a majority and 1 by delegation rules, should be able to pass local bills, were thwarted by your sole intervention. Is that the, thank you.
One final question.
Yes.
Is it not true that I urge people to vote yes on this bill?
And I respect that and acknowledge that. Any further questions?
Chair, Senator from the 55th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator, is it not true that this should be a local bill and that all 56 members of this Senate should not be voting for this bill?
Senator, it is true that after Senate Bill 79 passed, the concerns that it raised were evident at that time, and it was seen that maps could be drawn to legally conform with Senate Bill 79, but that any member that had concerns about it could have come the first day of the session with a bill and possibly got a referendum on the for our local government in the presidential preference primary and tried to address this issue, and no one, did that. This problem, that is a big problem, waited until many weeks ago, and I think the senator from the 40th and myself regret that we maybe didn't address it in that fashion.
Senator, further yield.
I yield.
Is it not true that I do not support this process and I would not vote for this bill?
Senator's observation is noted and appreciated.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of this body. I rise to offer some clarification regarding Senate Bill 412 and actually the process that we've undertaken in bringing this bill to the floor. You've heard the senator from the 40th and the senator from the 41st to talk about how this bill only pertains to DeKalb County, and they're correct. You also heard conversation about how in this body last year we passed Senate Bill 79 that did exactly what this bill is doing. This bill simply changed the date from 2013 to implementation of 2015. What I would like to clarify is that this bill that we have before us today does absolutely nothing other than change a date. The problems that we have in DeKalb County with downsizing the DeKalb County School Board has to be addressed with local enabling legislation. There is no local enabling legislation associated with Senate Bill 412, and certainly to my colleague from the 40th and the 41st and the other members of the delegation, which I chair, we've had some conversation about enabling legislation. However, the House has had a conversation as well. They have not been able to agree on any enabling legislation, and we have not agreed in the Senate on any enabling legislation as well. What we are confronted with is a situation where the school board members have staggered terms. Some terms expire at the end of 2012, some terms expire at the end of 2014. By making this change, the only thing we're doing is just kicking the can further down the road for another 2 years. We need to address this problem today. We don't really need Senate Bill 412 to downsize the school board in DeKalb County. We did that last year with Senate Bill 79. What we need is for the delegation to get together in both the House and the Senate to draw maps that we all can agree to. We've done that in the Senate. The delegation passed maps in the Senate. The majority members of the delegation voted, they looked at it, they considered it, and it passed. Came on a local consent calendar in this body about 2 days ago, and the senator from the 40th saw fit to remove that bill that we had passed as a local delegation that would have downsized the board, that would have created 7 districts that the majority of the delegation members for DeKalb County in this body agreed to. That bill was pulled off of the local consent calendar, which gave rise to the situation we're in today. We still need local enabling legislation. I certainly would like to appeal to the senator from the 40th to remove this bill, work with us on local legislation so that we can form 7 districts in DeKalb County based on the legislation that was passed last year. The only thing this process does with Senate Bill 412 is just delay the same issues, the same questions, the same concerns that we have today for another 2 years. And Mr. President, if there are no questions, I would yield the well.
Senator from the 40th.
One question here, if you yield, Senator.
I will.
Is it not true that no one objected for me when I pulled this off the counter? Is that not true?
Senator, that statement that you made is not correct. I personally asked you not to pull the bill off of the consent calendar.
Sir, one more time I'll ask the question.
so-
when I asked for it to be removed, did any senator from DeKalb County object to me pulling it off the counter? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Then it wouldn't have been pulled off. I'm sorry. You can check up here, but I don't believe anyone. No one objected. You were standing right over there. With all due respect, no one objected.
All right, now just remember we have questions going in
Isn't
one
that true?
direction.
I understand the temperament from the senator from the 40th, and I'm not phased at all. Please allow him to continue if he would like to both ask the question and answer it as well.
All right, no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is the objection agreed and the Porter Committee wish to favor pass the bill? Chairs none. Porter Committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? The chairs none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 37 and the nays are 17. And this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read SB 424.
Senate Bill 424 by Senator Heath of the 31st and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 13 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to the Division of Archives of History so as to release the provisions of law regarding foundations of American law and government displays and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 40th. Excuse me. 31st. 40th is still on my mind.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I bring before you today Senate Bill 424. Very simply, it expands the number of buildings in Georgia where the foundations of American law and government documents may be displayed. You'll see that change on line 17 and line 22. It just allows additional buildings. Be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
No questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection agreed in the Report of Committee which favor pass the bill? The chair is none. The Report of Committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chair is none. The main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the pass of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the pass of the bill, the yeas are 41 and the nays are 9. This bill, having received constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read SB 427.
Senate Bill 427 by Senator Tolleson the 20th and others. Bill to be entitled an Act to amend Code Section 501318 of the OCGA relating to procedure upon grant, denial, renewal, revocation, suspension, annulment, or withdrawal of licenses and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Economic Development recommends that the bill do pass by substitute. Senate Committee on Economic Development offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 427. The bill to be entitled an Act to amend Code Section 1222 of the OCGA relating to the Environmental Protection Division, the Director of the Division, the Environmental Advisory Council, and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 20th. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be a series over the next couple of years of doing a little bit of regulatory reform for the state's business climate and doing it in a very rational, methodical way of small steps so that we don't do anything that we shouldn't do, because we do have to have regulations in a business climate, but we want to make sure that we make some positive reforms and by doing that, do it one step at a time. All this bill really does here is addresses EPD, and we'll have another bill probably next session that addresses different parts of the business climate. But this bill really talks about streamlining the process for permits and variances, and then putting it on the internet so that business can track the process of their permit. In other words, a business applies for a permit, if we have it online where they can go on and sign on with a particular code, and they can bring up their permit and see where it is in the process, and that'll help businesses as far as making their plans where they are in the business climate and how they can move forward with their business plans. And that's all this bill does. It's a very simple bill. I'll be glad to take any questions or yield the well. Or I'll hang out all day.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you very much. I appreciate a favorable vote.
Questions on the adoption of committee substitute. Is there objection? Without objection, committee substitute is adopted. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection to agree in the report of committee which fail pass the bill? Chair is none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chair is none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read SR 858. I'm sorry, 420, SB 429.
Senate Bill 429 by Senator Tolleson the 20th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 28 of the OCGA relating to financial affairs relative to the General Assembly and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Economic Development recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Senate Committee on Economic Development offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 429. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 28 of the OCGA relating to financial affairs relative to the General Assembly and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a second bill on dealing with regulatory reform. It's dealing with fiscal notes. And basically all this does, it says a general bill that may have a significant impact or cost, that we also include that cost at how it would impact private businesses. Other words, we pass a bill and we do a fiscal note, but we never look at the potential consequence and cost to private business by passing that bill. And this just includes that in the fiscal note. And if they can't determine what that cost would be, then it's just noted in the fiscal note that there was no way to determine the cost and impact to business. So it's just another simple cleaning up and taking a look at what potential impact is this going to have. We never look at that. But it's a good thing to look at is what the cost will be to business. And so I'll take questions or yield the will.
You have several questions. Senator from the 42nd is recognized for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir.
We had some discussion the other day about when a fiscal note is required and what constitutes significant impact on anticipated revenue or expenditure. And I was wondering do you know what it is or how we determine at this point what is a significant impact on revenue?
Well, I think that is when they're doing fiscal notes now, that's what they do. This doesn't change that. This isn't creating some new dynamic to the fiscal note. This is just saying also if we're going to include a fiscal note, let's just include what we think the impact may be to business also. It doesn't change that dynamic.
Will the Senator further yield?
Sure.
But how do we know if a fiscal note is required? under what circumstances is a fiscal note required? My reading of the current law that is then replicated with your bill is that it has to have a significant impact, but I'm trying to figure out why or when we know that a fiscal note is required or is not required.
Yeah, I understand that question, but I mean, like right now, when we ask for a bill, when we have a bill and we know it's going to have a impact, we get a fiscal note so we can see if it's going to have a significant impact or a small impact. So I mean, that really doesn't change. I'm not reinventing anything in that process there.
With further yield for final question?
Sure.
Do you think we should clarify when a fiscal note is required or provide some mechanism for the committee, for example, to determine whether a bill would have significant impact?
You know, that's something we could look at. I don't think we've had a problem with the process so far. And all this is doing is saying, hey, while you're doing that fiscal note, maybe look at what it may have, what kind of impact it have upon business. So that process doesn't seem to be broken. So, but that's something I'd sure be willing to talk to you about.
Chair recognizes Senator from 33rd.
Senator, you.
I've been waiting all day.
Senator, isn't it true that the Senate policy in the past has been when it's $1 million or more, that has been the rule of thumb?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The Senate policy in the past has been that when it accumulates to $1 million or more in relation to the fiscal note, that is what has been considered a significant impact.
I think you're probably correct on that. I don't have a guarantee to you on that, but I think that's probably correct.
And one further question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Now, if we pass this one, I want your assurance that we're going to follow it.
That we're going to what?
That we're going to follow the law.
Brother, I'm all about following the law. I ain't big on going to jail.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator from 39th. 39.
The dean's got him tied up, Mr. Chairman.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this.
All right.
Would this very bill have a fiscal impact?
I'm sorry?
Would this very bill that you are promoting this afternoon, would it have a fiscal impact?
You know, I don't think the bill would have a fiscal impact. We already do fiscal notes. And the only thing this does is while they're doing the fiscal note from the government side, also take a small look at the business impact. And if you can quantify that cost, put that in the fiscal note just so we will know as voters here on the Senate floor what impact that may have.
Will the senator further yield?
Yes, sir.
In doing that, would having to quantify the private side and the fiscal impact, would that necessarily cause the Department of Audits and Accounts to incur greater time committed to these fiscal notes and therefore have a fiscal impact?
I think the fiscal note can be done in the same amount of time. They may have to. I'm not saying they may not have to have somebody working on the business side and somebody on the fiscal note from the government side.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, I know one word can mean a big difference in legislation that we write, and I'm trying to understand the impact of this one word in your legislation on line 14.
Did you say line 14?
That's correct.
Okay.
I noticed that you put or in there. Now, and I see or mentioned.
Well, that or, see that line wasn't in there, so that's putting in that we also figure the fiscal impact, if we can, on private business. So that's adding that to that.
Senator Yield?
So it's a state agency, or having a significant impact on the cost incurred by private employers. So like your businesses, if we did some bill that may have a significant impact on the auto industry or whatever, we need to look at what that impact may be to you, not just government.
But Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, the way I read this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a possibility where you can have a fiscal note that may have a negative impact on the revenue of the state, but have a positive impact for businesses. So, theoretically, are you suggesting that we would accept the fiscal note showing the cost savings to business rather than negative impact for state government?
I think what I'm suggesting is that you get a fiscal note so you'll know. You'll know how to make your decision on that. We don't ever do that. We just get a fiscal note on impact of the state. We don't ever get a fiscal note on impact of business. And so you as a businessman would probably look at that bill different, because you'll see a different impact on the business side, whether it's positive or negative.
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, the way I read this legislation, it says you can have a fiscal note for either one of those, either state government or the impact or the cost incurred on private employers. So here's and please correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly, but there's an opportunity where you may not want to have a fiscal note on the impact of the state revenue, but only look at the cost incurred on private employees of the state because of that or that's in there. Am I correct, Senator?
Well, I don't think so, but I'll get that clarified as we go through the process, because what we're really doing is saying we're going to do your normal fiscal note on the state agencies or commissions or whatever, and also on the significant impact that occurs on the state. But I see what you're saying. You're saying or, and you're saying, well, does that mean we're going to do one or the other? And I'll get that clarified. If we need to change that and to an and or whatever, we'll do that.
So will you suspend until we can get that a clarification? Because this is really, really important.
Well, I do understand that. I read it as both. I mean, I read it as both and understand it as both. But I prefer as we go through the process, I'll get that checked out tomorrow as I'm here in the morning. Yeah.
Or doesn't mean both. Or means one of the other. And what's in here would allow someone to generate a fiscal note on either one of those narratives after the word or. That's critically important with this bill because it could eliminate the need for fiscal notes showing the true impact of state revenues or some of the other state agencies.
Well, I think what it's really saying is it's listing what we've always done, and they're saying or having a significant impact on business also. So I look at it as both. I read it as both. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that that's the case.
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, do you mind asking for a clarification at this moment from Legislative Council? Because I would like to support the legislation.
Sure.
I'm always looking at impact on businesses,
sure,
but I don't want to put something out there
right
that would not show the true impact of state government either.
Right. I agree with that.
Can we do that and ask for clarification?
I can ask if we got, do we have any leg counsel back here? Hey, do we have anybody from leg counsel back here that can get the question answered? We don't. The and or the or in that bill?
Chair recognizes Senator from the 10th. You still? Sorry.
Still, we're trying to get clarification on something. It's a good bill. I don't read it the way you're saying, but I mean, I can understand why you question it. I think he was changing the and having a physical impact on business.
All right. The Senate will come back to order. Senator, were you answering questions? Senator from the 10th, were you finished with your questions? Okay.
What was the answer?
Senator from the 54th, what was the question? Chair recognizes Senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Senator yield?
I will.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to clarify the line of questioning that we just went through. And in the draft that I have before me, the Senate starts off any general bill, and then we get to the or statement, and then we get the shall. And the way I understand your intent, and the way I understand the language is that if either there is a significant impact to the state budget or there's a significant impact to private industry, then there shall be a fiscal note.
Right.
And that is what it says.
It does. It does say that.
If it does both, then that's okay too. But
Yeah.
you don't want the and, because the and would require it to have a significant impact on the state budget.
Yeah, it may just have one or the other.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate your vote for this bill. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. Senator from the 20th is a good friend of mine, and he's a good chairman and a good senator. Please understand my caution is not directed at the senator from the 20th. My caution is when we ask what significant cost to business there's going to be, who's going to give us that information? Now, if it's OPB or if it's the Senate Budget Office, who will they go to get the information? If somebody in private industry is against a bill, then I think you might get to worry about that the cost is going to be high to business. If they're for the bill, you may get a cost factor back that's going to be pretty low. I don't know how we're going to verify or who will ask, because I know we tried the universities. That didn't help us. But my only caution is who's going to ask that? I mean, who's going to answer that question? And I'm pro-business as you can be, but don't leave me alone with a bunch of popsicles and tell me not to eat them. You know, I'm pro-business, but I think somebody ought to answer the question, where are we going to get this information? And assure us that we're just not going to go back to the business community and ask them to estimate it for us. Because then you'll have some of the gentlemen we know and like and love writing the budget. And that's my caution. That's what I'm concerned about. The premise is decent. The premise is okay. I just don't know how you write it. If you had somebody assigned to give that impartial information, maybe that would be great. I just don't know. But who can answer the question other than the folks that own that type of industry? I'm through, Ross. I'm through. Go ahead and vote amongst yourselves.
Questions on, do you have an amendment? All right. Chair recognizes Senator from the 32nd to speak to his amendment. Before I do, I'm sorry, I thought they'd already been read. Read the two amendments.
Both amendments? Senator Hill of the 32nd offers the following amendment to Senate Bill 421. By inserting on line 101 after the period, the fiscal note shall also set forth the estimated savings to the state by enactment of such bill. Senator Carter of the 42nd offers the following amendment to Senate Bill 429. By adding after line 52, if any member of the General Assembly requests from the chair of the committee to which any bill is assigned and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is intended to be a friendly amendment. A number of years ago, actually twice, this body passed out of the Senate a separate bill that required that we didn't just have a cost analysis of a bill coming through the legislature, but we had a net analysis. We could actually tell if we're saving dollars. Many times we may spend $10 million, but it's costing the state $50 million today, and the net analysis is there's a saving of $40 million. We always get this big number of $5 or $10 or $100,000. The senator from the 3rd has a measure related to TANF funds and encouraging people to go back or to get educated and change and become even more equipped for the marketplace. And I would suggest that we get more people off of TANF and some people off TANF. There's a savings to the state, and the department comes back and says it's costing money. That's the purpose of my proposed amendment, is to say, in addition to what the author is proposing, is to just insert that there should be a estimated savings to the state analysis, so that actually we would have that full information to make an informed decision, as opposed to, and sometimes I would suggest, an uninformed decision, because we are actually trying to save the state money and not just cost money when we're doing simple measures, or may be complex, such as implementing a different program or modifying what we have. That I'd try to answer any questions, and once again state that this measure, this initiative has passed the Senate several times, been held up in rules out of the House in past years. Also, I'm here, I understand from the senator that there may be another bill related to a fiscal note, but I haven't seen that on the calendar today, so I'm happy to work with you and towards that end. Otherwise, I'll yield the well and let us move on with our day.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 42nd for, you going to withdraw? Yes. Chair recognizes Senator from the 42nd.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment number 2 to this substitute.
The author has that right. Without objection, the amendment number 2 will be withdrawn. Now, the question is on the floor amendment authored by the senator from the 32nd, amendment number 1. Is there objection? Without objection, amendment number 1 is adopted. Now the question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection? Without objection, the committee substitute is adopted as amended. Now, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection agreed to report of committee which fail to pass the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chair hears none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the pass of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the pass of the bill, the yeas are 39 and the nays are 13. And this bill, having received Rex constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read. Let's see. All right, we have a very, very, very special guest with us we would like to recognize. Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 1051 by Senators Albers of the 56th and others. Resolution recognizing and commending Mr. James Moby Carney on his induction into the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame and the Country DJ Hall of Fame and for other purposes. Whereas on October 15th, 2011, Mr. James Moby Carney was inducted into the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame, and on February 21st, 2012, he was inducted into the Country DJ Hall of Fame at the Country Radio Broadcasters Seminar in Nashville, Tennessee. Whereas Mr. Carney earned the nickname Moby at the age of 12 and has been known as Moby in the morning since 1981. Whereas Mr. Carney has been a morning staple for Atlanta's Kicks 101.5 FM listeners for the past 10 years as the country station's morning disc jockey. Whereas his Moby in the Morning radio show was syndicated in 30 towns across the United States in the 1990s, and today he is the president of Moby Enterprises and the creator of the biggest small town in America radio network, which can be heard in Tennessee, West Virginia, Missouri, and Georgia. Whereas as a resident of Roswell, Georgia, Mr. Carney is united in love and marriage to his wife, Mary Beth, and has been blessed with 2 children, Jonah and Grace. Whereas Mr. Carney is among the best radio personalities in the state of Georgia, and his induction into the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame, as well as the Country DJ Hall of Fame, is an honor befitting of his talents and success. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize Mr. James Moby Carney for his incredible career in radio and congratulate him upon his recent induction to the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame and the Country DJ Hall of Fame.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. It's a great honor to have a real legend, a person who has, many of us have probably all woke up to in the morning. Nobody is better than Moby in the morning. We love him. We appreciate him so very much. And to speak to the resolution, I call upon the distinguished senator from the 56th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so excited to have my friend Moby here today. Now, most of you know Moby well from his years in radio broadcasting and the great awards that he has won. But I want to tell you another side of Moby that you may not know. Someone who is a pillar of our community, the first person who is there to help host and to MC an event. He's been emceed the largest Memorial Day celebration in the Southeast with Roswell Remembers every year. And does a fantastic job. Whenever there's someone needed, Moby's the first person there to serve others in his community. So whether it be on the radio or right at home, Moby is the kind of person we all want to be. So to Moby, a big yeah, baby. How about a few words?
All right, yeah.
Well, I honestly am stunned and speechless, which for me really is something to say. Sid, I knew I was coming down to have my photograph made with our governor and with Senator Albers here, and I brought my little girl, and the president's got her, that's good. I wish her mama was here. I had no idea this was happening. To the Senate of this state, thank you so very much for such an esteemed honor. I wish her mama was here, and she isn't. Tuesday night, though, her mama was there when I was inducted into the Country DJ Hall of Fame, and there's less than 100 names hanging on that wall in the history of country radio. So I was honored by that. I was honored to be inducted last October into the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame, and I had no idea this was coming. I remember a couple of 4th of Julys ago, I was backstage at the Roswell 4th of July celebration, and here come this cute little fella walking around with his wife and a whole house full of kids, and his hair was perfect, as it always is. And he walks up to me, and he shakes my hand. He says, "I'm John Albers. I'm running for the state Senate." I said, "Well, son, are you a good conservative boy?" So, "Oh, yeah." So I sat there and I talked to him. We asked a few questions. I said, "Well, if you don't tick me off between now and the election, I guess I'll vote for you." And we have become such good friends. I have voted for him. I have voted for him. I have voted for the governor that's in power right now. God bless America. God bless the state of Georgia. And God bless this body of the Senate. Thank you so much for this resolution here today. Shall we?
We're going to get some right here.
Well done. That's great. You did good. That's good. That's great.
We're going to stand here and get some
Let's
photos.
do it, sweetie. Let's get a hold of those.
Not bad for a radio guy. Not bad.
That's it.
From one radio guy to another. Yeah.
Secretary will read a report from the committee.
Mr. President, the Senate State and Local Governmental Operations Committee has had under consideration the following legislation, has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 494 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Miller, the 49th District Chairman. Through with the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 49th. State your inquiry.
Mr. President, I request to suspend Rule 4-2.9. This is the provision requiring that local consent bills be placed on the desk of the senators 1 hour prior to the convening of the Senate. I make this request in order for the Senate to take up the local consent calendar.
Is there objection? Without objection, the rule will be suspended. We'll go ahead and take up the local consent calendar. Is there any objections filed, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. President, there are no filed objections.
Questions on the local consent calendar. Local consent calendar. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the supplemental local consent calendar, yeas are 46 and the nays are 6. This bill, having received the constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read SR 858.
Senate Resolution 858 by Senator Grant of the 25th and others. Resolution urging the Congress of the United States to amend the Communications Act of 1934 and for other purposes. Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this resolution do pass.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 25th. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow Senators, Senate Resolution 858 is an urging resolution that urges the Congress to amend the Communications Act of 1934 and federal communication rules so that it will allow us to use cellular jamming equipment in our state prisons. In 2011 alone, the Georgia Department of Corrections confiscated more than 8,500 illegal cell phones, arrested more than 300 visitors and 60 staff employees. The use of jamming technology would enable us to better control even this illegal contraband when it comes in. It would not be able to be used for illicit purposes. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll yield the well.
Do you have a question? Chair recognizes Senator from the 14th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I will.
Senator, let me see if I understand that. You said that 8,500 cell phones were confiscated in the Department of Corrections?
That was in our prison system alone. That does not include the juvenile justice facilities or any county jails in the state either, just in our prison system.
So it doesn't even include the county, with the Senator Yield, it doesn't even include the county CIs then?
I think it would include the county correctional camps.
Well, the Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Line 17, this may be a play on words. You've got for attempting to bring illegal cell phones into our state prisons. They wouldn't be illegal until you confiscated them, would they?
No, they're illegal once they are brought into the
Cross the
state
line.
facility. We actually have a bill on, code section that it makes this contraband when it's inside the guard line of the prison.
One other question on a very serious note.
Yes, sir.
That will not interfere this jamming that we're urging the Congress to do, and of course I understand full well urging what we do here doesn't bind anything, but we're urging them. But I don't want to place our state employees in a situation where they need to call out should you have a riot or a revolt in a state prison. I mean, the guards need some way to communicate back to put down a riot if you had one.
It's my understanding that the guards currently cannot take their personal cell phones into the prison facilities, that they are issued radios to communicate with headquarters and with the warden's office. This would not interfere with landlines, and there is some levels of technology that would enable a cell phone jamming to take place for the body of the Senate, but the president of the Senate would still be able to use his up in the front. So maybe we should look for some for the Senate chamber as well.
Thank you, thank you, Senator from Baldwin. I totally agree. Absolutely. You've answered that very well.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I yield the well and urge your favorable support.
One other question, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator from the 45th.
Senator Gill?
Yes.
Senator, is it not true that in the Appropriations Committee that the commissioner from the corrections testified about a cat in Beaufort? Do you remember that story?
Yes, ma'am, I do, and I'm not going to repeat it up here. I don't know if you want to repeat it or not, but I'll just rest it to say that a lot of the folks that work to provide illegal cell phones into prisons are very creative.
I agree with you, Senator, and thank you, and I'm glad I refreshed your memory. It is a very gross tale, but it shows the extremes that people will go through.
If there are no other questions, I'll yield the well and urge your favorable support of S.R. 858.
No further questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection to agreeing to Porter Committee which fail to pass the bill? Chair is none. Porter Committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chair is none. Main questions ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the pass of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the pass of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having Rex constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read H.R. 1103.
H.R. 1103 by Representative Sims of the 119th and others. A resolution honoring the life of Deputy James D. Paw and dedicating a road to his memory and for other purposes. The Committee of the Senate on Transportation recommends that this resolution do pass.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I rise to present H.R. 1103 to you. In October of 2011, we had the most unfortunate event happen in our community when one of our public safety officers, the late James D. Paul, J.D. Paul, as we affectionately called him in the community, was slain while off duty, but then attending to the needs of someone who was in distress. He was gunned down, and it is fitting that we take an occasion in our community and certainly here in the state of Georgia to recognize his life and his legacy. And I ask for your favorable consideration with the passage of this resolution. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
No questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the resolution? Is the objection agreeing to report of committee which fail pass the resolution? Chairs none. The chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? The chair hears none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote aye. Those opposed no. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the resolution, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, resolution having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Secretary will read SB 346.
Senate Bill 346 by Senator Balfour, the ninth, and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 26460 of the OCGA relating to grounds for suspension, revocation, or refusal to grant licenses by the State Board of Pharmacy and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 346. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 26460 of the OCGA relating to grounds for suspension, revocation, or refusal to grant licenses by the State Board of Pharmacy and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes. I'm sorry.
Senator Balfour, the ninth, offers the following amendment. Amend Senate Health and Human Services Committee substitute to Senate Bill 346 by inserting after carriers on lines 4 the following. To amend Code Section 26405 and 26480 of the OCGA and for other purposes.
Chair recognizes Senator from the ninth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring before you this bill today. It has to do with pharmacists doing mail order. I'll give you just a little quick history, and then we can go from there. Basically, inside Georgia, you cannot mail order. We made two exceptions over the years. One was Kaiser. Well, we don't name them by name, but basically we did an exception for Kaiser because they have a mail order facility up, I believe, in Norcross. And then we did one for some specialty drugs, and the reason we did that, there's some very high-cost drugs that the average pharmacist doesn't even have. They're very, very high cost. So we did an exception for them. And there are different rules for each one based on, it's important that they're not only high cost, they're very, let's say, dangerous drugs, so therefore you have to make sure you do them. So there's different rules on those. The pharmacist came to me about 3 or 4 months ago and said, we as pharmacists would like to mail order kind of like Kaiser mail orders. You could have a pharmacist in Adel, Georgia, and they have a patient that lives 20 miles away. Well, right now, they couldn't mail the drugs to their patients. This allows every pharmacist in the state of Georgia to basically do what Kaiser does, which is you get a prescription and you can send the drugs to your patients. Now, there are all requirements about safety and if it's refrigerated versus not, and there's a lot of rules on that. But basically, this allows that to happen. The amendment which is on the floor has been agreed to. The bill has been agreed to by all sides. There's no one opposing to it. The pharmacists are for it. The large companies are for it. The drug companies, the mail order, everyone's for the bill. The same with the amendment. Everyone's for it. This basically allows hospitals, there's one hospital that came to us on it, but it would allow hospitals, if they got backed up, they could have another pharmacist inside their system basically look at an order to approve it. So that's basically what that does. This, at this point, has been totally agreed to by all sides. It came through Senator Carter's subcommittee, who did a great job on it, as well as the chairman of the Health Committee in the 45th District. And there are no problems with it. If you have questions, I'd love to answer them, but I don't want to bore you. So if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
There are no questions, Senator. Question is on the adoption of the floor amendment. Is there objection? Without objection, the floor amendment is adopted. Now the question is on the adoption of committee substitute as amended. Is there objection? Without objection, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Is there objection to agree in the Porter Committee which fair will pass the bill? Chairs none. Porter Committee is agreed to. Shall the main question be now put? Are there any objections? Chairs none. Main question is ordered. Shall this bill now pass? Questions on the pass of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote aye. Those opposed, no. Secretary unlock the machine. On the pass of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary will read H.R. 1162.
House Resolution 1162 by Representative Jones of the 46th and others. A resolution proposing an amendment of the Constitution of Georgia so as to clarify the authority of the state to establish statewide education policy and for other purposes. The Committee of the Senate on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st. Excuse me, 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I rise today to speak about H.R. 1162. No surprise to anyone what we're talking about here today, and I want to take just a few moments and go through the legislation, hopefully address some concerns, alleviate some concerns that some members may have as we go through this process, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have following that. As we begin, obviously we're talking about a constitutional amendment allowing the state to get back into charter schools. We had a recent Supreme Court decision, which is why we're here today. But I want to start, first of all, by talking a little bit about charter schools. And I've got a couple of things I want to read to you, so just bear with me. But when we're talking about charter schools, typically what we're talking about is a group of community leaders, teachers, business women, businessmen, community leaders who are concerned about providing the best possible education that they can for their children and making sure that our students have the best opportunity to succeed in education, which obviously will benefit all of us. Summed up, and again, charter schools, basically what we're doing here is a group of leaders will come together, write a charter plan outlining guiding principles, governance, accountability measures, and if the state approves, these state funds are allocated per pupil on a per pupil basis. State funds, not local funds. We're going to continue to talk about that as we go through this. The increased autonomy is for increased accountability. And charter schools are held to the highest possible standard, consumer demand. I've got a quote here that I want everyone to pay particular attention to because I think it really sums up what we're talking about. The charter school concept is one of building community education, providing parents, educators, and students the ability to self-govern, offering educational opportunities that may not be offered in their local public schools. I asked the author of this quote for his permission to use that today, and my good friend, the senator from the 39th, gave me permission to use that. And I think it's very important that we understand what we're talking about when we're talking about charter schools. This is about parents doing what is best for their children. We're going to strip all the politics aside. This is about doing the right thing and allowing parents to do what's best for their children. That, to me, is the greatest form of local control. Who knows what's best for their children other than parents? A little bit about the history of what got us here today. Prior to 2008, if a local school board denied a charter school petitioner, the petitioner's only option was to go to the State Board of Education to become a state chartered special school. State chartered special schools are only entitled to receive the state QBE appropriation and are not eligible for any additional funds, particularly local funds. In 2008, the General Assembly, this body included, passed legislation to create the Georgia Charter School Commission, and provided that if a charter school petitioner was denied at the local level, then they could petition this commission. If the commission approved the charter school, then the charter school could begin operations and receive state funding in the amount equivalent to local shares of state dollars. The Georgia Charter School Commission began operation in 2009, and between that time and May of 2011, the commission approved a grand total of 16 charter schools. 16. There were, I think, 66 applicants, or somewhere in that range, and only 16 were approved. So we're not talking about a lot of state charter schools that have been approved during this process. Only 8 of these charter schools were in operation at the time of the Supreme Court decision that came down last May, which I'm going to talk about briefly in just a moment. And that is the gist of why we're here today, this opinion from the Georgia State Supreme Court. Many of you have talked to me and have made comments about why do we need a constitutional amendment. Well, candidly, I believe we must restore the Constitution. The Supreme Court ruling in May striking down the 2008 law, which again we passed, stated local school boards have exclusive control over general K through 12 education. Well, that can be interpreted in many ways. One of the big concerns that we have, that I have, that council has, I'm not an attorney as you know, and that the governor has with this, is that we're in a partnership. The state's in a partnership in education with local school systems. We provide over 50% of the funding, and also we have development of many practices and policies such as teacher pay scale, state curriculum, and graduation standards. And because of this Supreme Court decision, this 4-3 decision, many of our existing laws regarding education could be in jeopardy and could be subject to further litigation. So therefore, we feel like we've got to tackle this and get the Constitution back to the way it was before this decision. Again, this amendment reasserts the state's partnership role in public education. Without this, many of these laws that we pass every session, could be in jeopardy because of this decision. We're not looking to create a new authority at all. This authority, the commission, was halted only 8 months ago and was operating fine until this decision came down. This bill defines explicitly that only state money may be used for the support and maintenance. State money out of the general fund, no local funds at all are used. Under the current budget, our governor appropriated $8.7 million for state charter schools, the state charter schools that we have operation right now. That equates to 0.1% of the overall K through 12 budget, 0.1%. No deduction from the current K through 12 QBE funding formula is in place. The other thing that this bill does is it narrows the Constitution. It doesn't expand anything, it narrows it. We define what charter schools are. We make sure that it is written that locals must call for local referendums. And special schools are defined must be public schools. And again, I think that's a very important point to remember. Charter schools are public schools. Public charter schools. They're open to anyone. They're open to everyone. And the way it works in most cases is it's filled on a first-come, first-served basis. If there's more demand than slots allowed, then typically a lottery is held. The bill also prohibits a deduction to local school districts when a student leaves a district to attend a charter school. And I'm going to get into that again in just a moment. And we're not addressing all charter schools. We're talking about state-authorized charter schools. Those state-authorized charter schools, 83% of those met AYP last year. 83%. I know there was a report recently in the paper talking about charter schools and that the performance level was in question with public schools. We're not talking about all charter schools. We're talking about state charter schools. I've heard a lot about this local funding issue. A lot of misinformation is out there about the local funding issue. And actually, it's not an issue because there is no local funding. If you've got the bill in front of you, which I'm sure most of you do, I would ask you to look at line 49. Explicitly talks about state funding. Changes were made on the House side to address several of these issues. The local funding issue is not an issue because there is no local funding. This is strictly state funds used for state charter schools. This bill does not allow the state to do anything with local property and sales tax revenue currently used to fund schools. That funding would remain 100% intact. 100% intact. I'll give you a couple of examples in a moment. And of course, with regard to state funds, we as a General Assembly are elected by our voters, and we're charged and responsible for appropriating state funds. If a student goes from a traditional public school to a public charter school, the local system saves money. The student's gone, but they're still getting the local funds. I'll give you an example. In my district, I'll take Fayette County as an example, where my daughter goes to public school. In Fayette County, roughly $4,500 is spent per student at the local level. If 100 students at Tyrone Elementary School leave to go to a state charter school, that $4,500 per student stays at Tyrone Elementary School. Under this example, of 100 students, that's $450,000 that stays at that local elementary school, yet the students aren't there. This local funding issue is not an issue. The money stays on the local level, at the local school. These provisions were put in place to address and alleviate the concerns, and I hope that I'm being very clear on this, to alleviate those concerns and address those issues. When this bill passed in the House, to underscore my point on this local issue, the House Minority Caucus Chairman, the Honorable Brian Thomas, stated, "Our caucus sought to protect local funds and local control, and we are pleased that this negotiation prevailed." Again, local funds are staying at the local school. Folks, I've served with many of you For 8 years, I've served with all of you, obviously for some period of time, and I think you know me well. I am a public school advocate. You will not find a stronger public school advocate. I'm the son of a retired educator. My sister is a public school teacher. She teaches special ed, public school. My wife taught public school in England before we imported her. And I'm the product of public schools. My daughter attends public schools. And this issue, it's not a silver bullet. It's not even a magic bullet. But I think what we're trying to do here with this state charter school is just put another tool in the toolbox to allow parents, to allow community leaders, to allow legal guardians, if you will, the choice, the opportunity to do something else if they feel like that's what they need to do. And parents do this for many different reasons. They may do it because they want a smaller school. They want a smaller classroom size. Maybe they want school uniforms. Maybe they want a same-sex school for their children. But I don't think we should deny them the right to do what they want to do, what they think is best for their children's education. That's what this is. Strip the politics out of it. We're talking about doing the right thing for our children. Give them as many educational opportunities as we can to improve their lives and consequently our lives in the state of Georgia. You know, right now, we're not where we need to be in education. I think we'll all agree with that. We're just not there. And again, I think that this offers another alternative, another choice for our parents. We've got 369 traditional K through 12 schools who are in the needs improvement category. That's over 300,000 students in our great state who are failing to make the grade, pun included. On your desk, I had distributed a column that was written about 10 days ago, submitted to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution by Dr. Michael Lomax. Many of you will remember Dr. Lomax served as 12 years as chairman of the Fulton County School Board. Extremely well-educated man, not as educated as I am. Served for 12 years on, the Fulton County Commission. Thank you to the Senator from the 39th. Senator from the 39th and I have been working diligently on this issue, as you all can tell. Dr. Lomax has a great op-ed sitting on your desks. I encourage you to read it. Dr. Lomax is currently the president and CEO of the United Negro College Fund. He wrote this op-ed in response to what was occurring on the House in favor of this constitutional amendment. One of the things that he talked about, which I am giving him credit for and I'm using now, is he pointed out that children deserve a good education now, not when education reform transforms all public schools. Charters offer parents those right now choices, those right now choices. This is just too important for our children and our state. We need to have these right now choices. I've talked to many people who have said, well, you know, if local school boards aren't doing their job, then the voters should just vote them out. Well, we've seen in many counties what's happened. And I don't think we can wait 4 years for a school board to be voted out. We need to give parents the tools to do what they want to do, what they think is best for their children, and making these right now choices. They want to enable our children to benefit from a strong education, which benefits all of us, and also from an economic development perspective. As you all know, I chair the Economic Development Committee in this great body. And one of the first things that companies look to and look for and want answers about is our education system. Are we preparing our students? Do we have a quality workforce, well-educated workforce? Because they're not just competing with each other. We're competing with surrounding states. And now, in this environment where we are now, we're competing with other countries. Our children, our future leaders, future members of this body are competing with other countries. These companies want to know when they're relocating here or they're expanding here, do you have a qualified, quality, educated, well-educated workforce? Recently, the president was talking about this very issue, and he said the countries who out-educate us today will out-compete us tomorrow. Nothing could be more true. Folks, again, this is about choice. It's about allowing our parents to make decisions for their children. That's all this is. Let's get the politics out of it. That's what we're talking about. Parents want and deserve this. I mean, they deserve public school options. for their children. We've got over 5,000 students in Georgia who are on waiting lists for charter schools. So the demand is there and the need is there. It's also important to note, this is very, very important. I want to underscore this. We passed this bill today. We're not mandating anything. This is not a mandate. We're not going to walk out of this chamber. We're not going to pass this bill and walk out of this chamber and mandate anything for the citizens of this great state. This is a constitutional amendment. We are voting to put this on the ballot to allow our constituents, our voters, our taxpayers to vote on this on the ballot as a constitutional amendment. This is democracy in its purest form, allowing the citizens to decide if this is the best option. This is an option for them and their students, their children. So folks, I would ask your favorable consideration on the bill. I'm happy to go through the bill. It's very short. There are some changes, which you obviously can see, that have been underlined. And I want to, again, emphasize that this is about making choices, allowing our parents to make choices for their children, for their students, to improve their educational opportunities. Mr. President, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 42nd for a question.
Senator Yield.
Absolutely.
Senator, is it not true that if we don't adequately fund our charter schools, we set them up for failure?
Well, Senator, this bill, what we're talking about funding, how we're talking about funding them is through state funds, not local funds.
And that's my concern, Mr. Senator. Senator, I have, is it not true that today there are many local school boards like the City of Atlanta and others that have approved a great number of charter schools at the local level?
I'm sure the senator knows from which he speaks. I don't represent that area, so I'm not up to speed on that.
But it is, you are aware that there are locally chartered schools today in Georgia, is that correct?
I am.
Will the senator further yield?
Yes.
Do you understand that those charter schools or any charter school has to be adequately funded in order to provide the type of education that we want for the children in those charter schools?
I would agree with the senator. And also, I do want to point out, again, we're talking about state chartered schools, of which only 16 have been approved since 2008. There are 3 types of charter schools, as I'm sure you know.
Will the senator further yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, would providing the state the same amount of funding per student to these state chartered schools that the state provides to other schools be sufficient to have the educational outcomes that we want?
Well, they are now.
Today, with Senator further yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that the governor has appropriated additional money for those state chartered schools in order to keep them viable?
As I referenced in my remarks, yes.
And with Senator further yield?
Please continue.
We're going to have to spend more state money on these schools than the state money that gets spent on other schools. Is that right?
Senator, the reason that the governor has appropriated this money is because of the Supreme Court decision that came down. And at the time, only 8 were actually in operation. So currently there's a handful that need this funding to keep them going. And I will submit to you that these state chartered schools are performing far and beyond better than any of our other schools, public or private for that matter.
Will the senator yield?
Sure.
They're not performing any better than the locally charter schools, are they? I mean, charter schools are performing at a level as a charter, whether they're state chartered or locally chartered. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not. Not in every case. Absolutely not.
But will the senator further yield?
Sure.
Where will the state money that is appropriated to these schools come from?
Out of the general fund.
And will they be funded at a level from the general fund commensurate with the level that non-state chartered schools receive through the QBE formula?
This legislation does not touch the QBE formula whatsoever.
but there will be an additional appropriation from the general fund for the state chartered schools. Is that correct?
That there will be an appropriation for state chartered schools.
Thank you, Senator.
Certainly.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 35th for a question.
Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, since the Supreme Court's decision in 2011 that you stated is the reason for this legislation, how many state charter programs have already been approved since then?
Since the Supreme Court
Yes.
decision, I don't believe any have because
Yes,
of the
they
Supreme
have.
Court decision.
Yes, they have.
Okay, well,
9.
feel free to enlighten me.
Isn't it true that more than 9 have already been approved?
Since 2000, since the Supreme Court
Since the
decision came down, I'm not familiar with that, Senator.
Since the commission was set up, sir.
Since the commission was set up, yes.
How many?
16.
16.
Since 2008.
Okay, okay. But isn't it true that at least 9 of them have been set up since this decision came down?
Since the Supreme Court decision in May?
6, yes.
I don't believe that's accurate.
How many
but
have, oh, I'm sorry.
I don't believe that that's accurate. Since May, that 9 have been approved by the commission.
Okay, well, I'm informing you that some have already been approved, and so you can still do whatever you're saying that you must do in this legislation.
If the senator so speaks.
Okay, and will you continue to yield?
Of course.
You stated that local control will not be violated, but isn't it true that local school boards will not be able to have any input or control, monitoring or oversight over these schools that's in their district?
No, ma'am, that is not true. The school system will be involved in that. I mean, the whole point of doing this legislation is because of the Supreme Court decision, which stated that local systems will have exclusive control over basically every part of education. And so we have to go back in and do this legislation, amend the Constitution, so that we can continue having our partnership with our local school systems. This actually helps our local school systems, doesn't hurt them.
So will the gentleman continue to
Yes.
yield? So are you saying that the local school boards will have input in these schools,
Yes.
in these state schools?
In the state chartered schools, if right now, if the local, well, before this Supreme Court decision came down, if the local school system did not allow for a charter school system, the only recourse was to go to the State Board of Education. So we set up the charter school system, the Georgia Charter Schools Commission, so that they could go there. Well, now there's nowhere for them to go because of the Supreme Court decision. So when we go back, if we're hopefully able to pass this, we will go back to what we had prior to this decision, which they obviously had some input.
Okay. Does the senator know that this is not what the author said in the meeting the other day before the committee?
I was not present.
Okay, one more question. Will you
Yes, ma'am.
continue to yield? Where will the money come from? Will it come from the school board's funds, or will it come from some other source in order to fund these state charter schools?
State charter schools, there will be no local funds used. They are state funds only.
So have we approved state, we have enough money on the state level to pay for these schools? How much is it going to cost?
Well, Senator, again, since 2008, the Georgia Charter Schools Commission approved 16 schools. And by the way, 2 of them that had been approved and were deemed not to be worthy were approved by local school boards. So since 2008, we've had 16.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Chair recognizes Senator from 36 for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I've had a couple of inquiries to make, if you will. And it really goes to the question of the money. It's true that many of us who don't feel that we can vote for this measure that you're presenting, is it not true? We are not in opposition to charter schools. It's that we simply want our local school systems, our school boards, who are elected by the taxpayers who fund the local portion of schools. Isn't it true that we simply want our local schools to make those decisions and closely work with charter school formations?
Senator, the question is, you're asking me if, isn't it true that you want your local schools to make the decisions? I'm sorry, I was having
regarding charter schools.
I'm sure if that's your desire, I would agree with you.
The point that you're making about the money, there was a very strong concerns expressed, and that, in fact, I think gave rise to the lawsuits by local school systems when monies were held, state monies were held from the local school systems to support charter schools that were established by the commission. Isn't that true? That was the basis of the lawsuit. And so money is really at the heart of this.
It usually is.
Exactly. Nothing new to those of us that have been around up here for a while. And now that the latest version of this measure stipulates that local school funds will not be used, it's your position that the charter schools that would be commissioned by the state would be funded solely out of our general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any notion of what kind of money we're talking about spending?
Well, I don't know, but looking at what's the number that have been authorized and chartered since 2008, we're not talking about a large number. It's not easy to start a charter school, and it requires a tremendous commitment from the local community. And typically, when people are this vested, they want to start a charter school. There are private funds that are made available as well. That's happened all over the place. In fact, I was reading yesterday that Meryl Streep just donated $10,000 to a charter school in Rhode Island. So, I mean, the people who are invested in this are invested in it, and they want to make sure that they succeed. The last thing they want to do is have them fail.
Isn't it true when our local school systems are foundering in the wake of the state having cut out so much money to our local school budgets, that the idea of creating a new state spending stream for state-chartered schools really seems to fly in the face of reality when we have teachers laid off and we have school years reduced by many, many days, and we have classrooms overcrowded? Do we have the money to go off down another road funding other schools?
Well, Senator, the local schools are not going to lose any money if and when a state chartered school opens. They're going to be gaining money because they're going to continue to be funded the local portion of that student's, the allocated amount for that student. So the local system is not going to be losing money.
Let's do it right. Will the senator yield, and then he yields, and then ask?
Thank you, Senator. That was, Mr. President, that was my next question. Would the senator yield for a further question?
Certainly.
Thank you. There's a finite amount of state dollars, isn't it true? And I was not aware that we had extra state dollars to spend on education and another whole funding stream that's not going to our local schools. I'm just not aware where that money could possibly come from. Are you?
There's a question there, right? Senator, again, this is not something, we're not going to see state chartered schools popping up all over the place. This is a very complex, it's difficult to get these started. And since 2008, we're talking about a very small number. And again, the people who are committed to doing this typically invest money from local businesses, money from, there are several examples where we've had vocational schools and colleges who have gone in to other charters, with charter schools in a cooperative agreement. And we also have virtual charter schools. So I don't think that we're going to have issues with this.
If the senator will further yield for a question.
Yes.
I'm concerned about how we're going to oversee the quality of a state chartered school. And my concern, isn't it true, is rooted in the fact that in the city of Atlanta, I have many fine charter schools in my Senate district. Many supporters, many families, and many students, many educators. And while we have some excellent charter schools, isn't it also true that we have had some schools that have had to pull up stakes and that have had to be closely monitored and have had to have a lot of scrutiny and attention, and in fact some that have gone under for a variety of reasons. If you'll stipulate that, I'm comfortable in saying that's happened in the Atlanta Public School District. Both great successes in charter as well as some abysmal failures, which are disappointing to everyone. Now, my question is, are we going to set up a whole another state apparatus up in Atlanta that's going to monitor the caliber and the quality and the performance of these schools that have been chartered by the state? And the local school system, as I understand this initiative, don't have any oversight control. Is that right?
Senator,
it's all going to be oversighted and
Senator,
managed from Atlanta?
Senator, we already had this until 8 months ago. It was in place until the Supreme Court decision came down. So it's not a new state authority. It's an authority that we had and was working quite well until this Supreme Court decision came down.
Senator, your time has expired.
Thank you for yielding.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to
Thank you, Mr. President.
We had 5 other senators that wanted to ask questions, but their time of the senator in the well has expired. Some of the senators are signed up to speak, so we'll hear people that want to speak for and against the bill at this time. Chair recognizes Senator from 39th. Speak for or against the bill. I got you.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I appreciate the senator from the 16th. I appreciate him quoting me. He couldn't have found a better source. But more so, I appreciate his gentlemanly presentation of the bill. He's a gentleman, a good person, and a friend. I just fundamentally disagree with him on this issue. And I'm loath to be too direct. But I do have to say that I'm a little bit taken aback, not necessarily by the senator who was in the well just before me, but I'm a little bit taken aback by some of the discussion and debate and controversy over the last, I guess now, 9 months since the Supreme Court decision was issued. Because some of the people who are advocating, and I think I will accept the senator's point of view that we need as many tools in the toolbox in school reform, but that's not the issue here. That is not the core issue here, but I do want to say that I'm a little bit skeptical of some of those over these last several months who have advocated for a constitutional amendment to redress what the Supreme Court did. And some of those very same people have participated in an effort over the last 8 years to cut the funding to public education. It seems to me that we should be less concerned about 16 state-created charter schools and more concerned about making sure that our regular public schools have the funding that are necessary for them to educate the children of Georgia. We have cut somewhere between $1 and $2 billion since about 2003, 2004, the public school education. We have one chart over here which shows
the cuts to public school education since 2003. The top line is the cut in absolute dollars. The bottom line is the inflation-adjusted numbers. So we've gone from a high of about $4,400 to below $4,000 QBE funding per pupil. That is a cut somewhere around 25%. 25% cut in funding over the last 8 years. I would ask the question, who are the friends to education? The people who have manufactured these cuts? Or those of us who would want to focus on making sure that local school boards have the resources necessary to educate children? And I also want to say, because, you know, the senator from the 16th did not get into this, but there are those who, over the past few weeks, have said, well, you know, if you're not for 1162, you're not for school reform. You're not for educating children the right way. I take great exception at that. You know, particularly over the last 8 or 9 years where we have seen the unraveling. How many of y'all remember House Bill 1187, school reform bill that passed? The senator from the 33rd remembers, and he will also remember that we have year after year after year had to face attempts to undo that school reform package. And sometimes I think it was just because the people who passed it were from the other party. In any event, there again, I want to ask, who are the real friends of education? People who try to undo school reform at every turn, at every opportunity. But the core issue here is not whether you're for school reform or not. We're all for school reform. It is not a matter of whether or not we want to fund education in a way that helps children. The fundamental question here is whether or not we will allow local school systems to determine how best to create schools and to fund those schools. Either you believe in local control or you don't. We had a robust discussion last week about the issue of mandates. You know, at some point in time, we either believe in local control or not. We believe in small government or not. We believe in less intrusive government or not. And I know the one thing where I did agree with the senator from the 16th is when he said, well, some people are saying, have elections. Throw the rascals out on the school boards if you don't like them. And he said, well, we can't wait for that. Well, they can throw us out every 2 years. They can throw a school board member out every 4 years. That is real, fundamental local control. You can't pick and choose. This amendment opens the door to allowing the state to create any special schools it wants, even a parallel system of public schools, so we would have both a state and a local system of education. These schools will be chartered at the state level if this passes, which means that local taxpayers would have no choice, no input in the state decision, but would be left with the consequences. These schools will be established without the advice or approval of local school boards. And local school boards will be entirely left out of the decision-making process with respect to individual charters. Setting up schools through a faceless commission, unelected, unaccountable commission. They did function for a while, but when they functioned, I mean, how many of you know who was on this commission? How many of your constituents know who was on the commission? How many of your constituents could call to Atlanta to find out what they were doing? This amendment challenges the simple common sense idea that local boards of education under our Constitution should direct where local education funds go. So we have a fundamental issue of local control here. And the other issue that concerns me, and it was talked about a little bit a few minutes ago, is this whole idea of charter school performance. I've talked about it a little bit from this well, and I'll talk about it a little bit again, and I think I have a visual which speaks to that. Just last week, or the week before, the State Department of Education issued a report on charter schools and charter school performance. And I want to talk about that a little bit, because we're here because of 16 state commissioned charter schools, 16. And then when we look at the performance of those charter schools, it's nothing to be knocked over about. In the study that I'm referring to, the State Department of Education showed that of the 162 charter schools there were 162 charter schools in operation serving 56 districts. Of these charter schools, only 70% made adequate yearly progress. This is comparable to the 73% of traditional schools that made adequate yearly progress this year. So in that sense, the charter schools that we're talking about are underperforming compared to the regular public schools. While many argue that charter schools are good for our state, and that may be true, I don't necessarily disagree. It is important to remember they are not a panacea. They are not a silver bullet. The issue of whether or not there should be a constitutional amendment for charter schools has dominated the time, energy, and resources that we have this session to talk about public education in our school. At a time when Georgia is furloughing teachers, cutting the amount of instructional time for struggling students, and enlarging class sizes, we have chosen to center our discussion around a small subset of public schools that are not performing as well as traditional schools. It almost makes you think that there's a subtext to this argument, that there's something else going on. Instead, we're spending all of our time debating what is essentially a political issue. The Georgia Supreme Court decision impacted 16 schools that were chartered by the Georgia Charter Schools Commission. Of those, one has since been chartered by its local school system. Another has closed its door because of issues with its management company. That means that there are 14 schools left that are dominating the conversation about reforming public school education this session. I think we could do a lot better by devoting our time to real issues. By the way, we are proposing cuts to public education this legislative session. Overall, there may be a marginal increase, but there are a couple of issues, a couple of things that we are cutting. And one of them is school nutrition. Did you know that school nutrition has been cut about 46% since 2009? At a time when we're literally taking away our children's money for milk, we're talking about and devoting all this time to 14 charter schools. We're preventing hot, nutritious meals from being served, especially in those schools where students are relying on them the most. I'd like to be giving attention to that issue. We can't afford to take more food from the mouths of children to pay for a separate category of public schools. Senator from the 18th was very clear, and he was very truthful. This money is going to come for these schools, is coming from the general fund. I'd prefer to give that money from the general fund to hungry children. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is not the way to go about doing our business. Local authorization of schools ought to be created
by the local school system. And I know some people are going to say, I can hear it even now. I like local decisions to be made by parents. Well, this is a republic. School board members are elected by the people. We're elected by the people. And we ought to maintain local control as long as we can until we're able to vote people out. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I yield the well unless there are questions.
You have a couple of questions, Senator. Will you take them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes Senator 54th. Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you indicated moments ago that of the 162 charter schools in Georgia, their average AYP clearance was 70% and whatnot. Isn't it true that that statistic really doesn't address the schools we're talking about today?
I believe it does. You know, one of the things that's concerned me during the debate this session on this issue is then when the charter-friendly DOE issues a report, people have said to me, well, Senator Fort, some of those are conversions, some of those are state charter schools, some of those are startup charter schools, and people are trying to have it both ways. When you're arguing for charter schools, when you're arguing for state authorization, we're told that charter schools do a great job, they're a panacea, they work well, but when we see the evidence, when we see the real facts, we see that their performance is not all of that which people are telling us they are. So, Senator, I think, you know, you can't have it both ways. Either they're performing or they're not performing.
Will the senator further yield?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that of the state chartered schools, state commission chartered schools, 83% met AYP, and that in those schools, 70% of the population of those schools was African American compared to 37% of the population of our traditional schools at large?
Senator, I don't know, and I'm sure you can come down to the well and present us with the details surrounding that information, but I don't have any way of verifying that. You're an honest man, as far as I know, so I would take your word for it.
I'll try to keep earning that. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr.
All right.
President. Chair recognizes Senator 31st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, do you believe that the defeat of this measure would resolve the funding issues that you speak of here on your chart to your left?
What I think is that they would not aggravate the funding issues that I've outlined. When the governor, I believe, gave about $7.8 million of bridge funding to charter schools that were involved in the Supreme Court decision, about $8 million. I wish the governor had moved that quickly, and he moved lightning speed to get that money to those charter schools. I wish he would have acted as quickly and with as much zest and zeal to help increase the funding for our regular public schools. So I don't know if it would necessarily help in this situation because the people who are determining or controlling that funding don't have the will to fund public schools the way they should.
Senator, isn't it true that we spend, of all the budget areas in our budget, education is the largest budget area?
That's absolutely true, even after cutting 25% over the last 8 years. Yes, sir.
But yet you believe that we don't have the will to fund education?
No, I didn't say we didn't have the will to fund. What I said is we don't have the will to fund it adequately. That's what I believe. That's why in my district in Atlanta and in Fulton County, and I don't know about your district, but it's many districts around this state, when we cut here, when we cut that 25%, those cuts are pushed down to the local system, and the local systems have to make up for those shortfalls. So the will is there to fund them to a certain level, but not a level that I think is adequate.
Senator, would you yield for further questions?
Yes, sir.
Senator, do you believe that the city of Atlanta exceeds most schools in the state as far as the education that they deliver to students?
I think what I know about the city of Atlanta on this issue, and it's very important because most of and I think 70% of the schools receiving charter school funding, 70% of the schools that are that have been authorized are Metro Atlanta schools. In the city of Atlanta, one of the things that I'm very proud of is that the city of Atlanta has been very good about approving applications for charter schools. I don't know about any other district, to be honest with you, but we've done a great job. As a matter of fact, the Atlanta Public Schools has just recently hired a staff position solely for overseeing and working with charter schools. So the city of Atlanta has been stepping up to the plate as far as charter schools are concerned.
Senator, would you yield for a follow-up question?
Yes, sir, please.
I'm afraid I didn't articulate my question very clearly to you.
That's okay.
I was not referring to charter schools in the city of Atlanta. Atlanta Public Schools, would you say that they are among the very top in the state insofar as the delivery of education to the students that live in Atlanta?
I understand your question now. What I would say to you is this, that I do not have confidence that the governor or an unelected, unaccountable commission or otherwise would have, I would not feel confident to have those folk making determinations for the city of Atlanta schools regardless.
Senator, I'm sorry, I'm not communicating with you very clearly.
That's okay.
May I try once again?
That's up to you.
Okay, Atlanta Public Schools, forget charter schools, forget whether or not the governor is elected, forget about school boards. Atlanta Public Schools, do you believe they're delivering the premium level of education to the students of Atlanta?
What I would say to you is, one, they are in some instances, in other instances they are not, but I would not want this legislature, this governor, or a state-created commission made up of people that I don't know, you don't know, or anyone unelected, unaccountable, to be in a position to make decisions for the Atlanta public school system. That has been the practice over the last several years. I think it's a bad practice. So in some instances, yes. In some instances, no.
Senator, would you yield for an additional question?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that Atlanta Public Schools spends more per student than practically any other school system in the state of Georgia?
That may be true.
So if funding was the key to receiving a good education, the students in Atlanta Public Schools would be the best educated kids in the state of Georgia. Is that not true?
What I would say to you is this, that there are factors in addition to how much money you spend that affect student performance. I'm sure that's the case in your district, in many places in your district. And so I appreciate your attention to Atlanta Public Schools, however misguided it may be.
All right, Senator, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator 37th to speak to the bill.
I want to thank the Dean of the Senate, my fellow senators, and the guests in the Senate today for this opportunity to speak to the bill before us. Before I get done, you may ask yourself the question, which side of this issue is he really on? I want to make it unequivocally, I'm speaking in favor of the bill. I've heard all the arguments for and against the bill before us today. And I want to say I am absolutely passionate about public education. I'm passionate for three particular reasons. First and foremost, I'm passionate about it because our constitutional duty as senators requires us to be passionate about it. I want to turn your attention or direct your attention to Article 8, Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the Georgia Constitution. says the provision of an adequate public education for the citizens shall be a primary obligation of the state of Georgia. I don't know that you can state it any more clearly than that, and I think if we serve in the legislature, we absolutely need to be passionate about one of the primary obligations that we have in this duty. Secondly, I'm passionate about education because I served on the Cobb County School Board for over a decade. And the third reason I'm passionate is because regardless of whatever scenario we're adopting or not adopting, in the foreseeable future, the great vast majority of the students in the state of Georgia are going to receive their education in public schools due primarily to the lack of capacity for any other alternative. I'll say this, while I'm an advocate for public schools, I'm not an advocate of the status quo. I clearly plan to vote in favor of the bill before us today because I think it's one of many tools that we can use to address the challenges that we see in education in the state of Georgia today. As a senator from the 16th aptly said, this is not a silver bullet. This is not a magic potion. And I'll submit to you that we'll never find a magic potion in solving the problems in education short of hard work and perspiration. The great thing about this amendment before us today is that it's probably the truest form of democracy in that the voters in the state of Georgia will get to ultimately decide, will there be state charter schools in the state of Georgia? It's a referendum question. It goes to the voters. While we may vote to put it on the ballot, we cannot pass it and we cannot mandate it. But the public will be the final arbiter of this question. I think education reform and improvement is one of the most critical jobs that we face today. And if we're serious about economic development in the state of Georgia, we better get more serious about it than we've been in the past. Part of my concerns that have already been mentioned, and it's about the funding piece. The Constitution talks about an adequate education, and I'll be the first to tell you that throwing money at a problem is not the solution. But I also know, and experienced as a school board member since FY03, my home district in Cobb has had $353 million in austerity cuts from the QBE earnings. These come off the bottom. And the state as a whole, education in the state of a whole, has had $5.3 billion in austerity cuts. These are big numbers. I don't believe the charter schools are going to change that materially, and we're going to have the dedication that we're going to own up to the fact that if we have a QBE formula, we need to fund it or we need to change the formula. I think on the other hand, we have to acknowledge the fact that part of the reason that we're here today, there has been a reluctance on the part of some school boards in the state of Georgia to even consider charter school applications. While I served on the board in Cobb, I approved all that were submitted to us, or voted to approve all that were submitted to us with the exception of one, and it had a financial flaw in it that could not be cured. But some school boards have not even considered these petitions. Again, it's not magic, but I think it's one tool that can be used. But our conversation today about education has got to run much deeper than the consideration of charter schools. People talk about failing schools in the state of Georgia. It's true, we've got failing schools in the state of Georgia. Part of the reason we have failing schools in the state of Georgia is because we have failing families in the state of Georgia. Schools aren't anything but a microcosm of the society and the population base that they draw from their kids and their constituencies from. We talk about kids being trapped in failing schools. I want to compare failing schools to a burning building. Our solution in the past in dealing with problems in education has been like fighting a fire in a building. We want to pour water on it from 1,000 feet out with a water cannon. It's true. This amendment is probably going to give some the opportunity to escape a failing school. My question to you as legislators, in light of our constitutional mandate, what are we going to do about those who are left in the schools? Concurrently, as we're looking at charter schools, I think we have got to look at the people who are trapped in failing schools. And like people who are trapped in a burning building, we've got to go in after them to rescue it. And therein lies the problem. We've got to go in these buildings. Somebody's got to go in these buildings and make a difference in those schools, in the life of those kids. I served with a very shrewd lady on the Cobb Board of Education, Miss Betty Gray. She's been a lifetime educator, got almost 60 years experience. And I think she's aptly said many times, the problem with our schools today is we have a lot of school administrators that it's been too long since they've looked in the eyes of a child in a classroom. That may be true. But we have got to be able to make a difference in these school buildings that are failing. There's been talk about the state taking over these schools. I can tell you as a school board member, there's been a lot of times I wish the state would come in and take them over and come up with a solution. I'm reminded of a story that a lot of us may have heard about in the past, and it was about a football team. Pretty good football team. Had a great running back, boy named Leroy. They'd done pretty well. They won their little group that they played in all the time. They went to the playoffs, and they got competition they'd never seen before, and one of the first teams they went up against had a withering defense. First time Leroy ran the ball, it was like hitting a freight train. The second time Leroy ran the ball, he got hit harder than he'd ever gotten hit in his life. So they tried a few other folks running the ball, and the coach over on the sidelines was hollering out, "Give Leroy the ball. Give Leroy the ball." He ran another play or two. Leroy didn't run the ball. Coach screaming at the top of his lungs. Finally, the quarterback called time, trotted over to the side. Coach looked at him and said, "Boy, can't you hear me? Give Leroy the ball." Quarterback looked up, looked in the coach's eye just as earnestly as he knew how. He said, "Coach, I've got to tell you, Leroy says he doesn't want the ball." That's the problem we face in education today. We've got a problem. I'm not sure anybody wants the ball, but it's our responsibility as legislators to provide public education. We've got to take the ball, and we've got to run with it. If we're going to talk about charter schools, I also want to challenge charter schools to take a failing public school as an experiment. Go into that school. Take the same resources that have been available to it. Manage it. Make it successful. And let's pay them a bonus when we learn from them if they have strategies that can straighten out failing public schools. I also think the state needs to go in public schools, not as stormtroopers. Not going in against the will of local school boards, but I think they ought to go in a non-adversarial way, in agreement with local school boards, to try to find solutions that we all face. We don't have to reinvent the wheel in public education, but we must also realize that one size is not going to fit all, and if we come up with a solution for reforming public schools, what works in one school may not work in another one. It's like good instruction in a classroom, excellent instruction in a classroom. It's always characterized by individual instruction to each child that's there. I think we've got to take a business approach about this. I think we've got to look in these schools. We've got to analyze the school. We've got to define the particular problems. We have to develop solutions, and we have to implement the needed changes. We monitor that. If it doesn't work, we try something else until we find a winning formula. But one thing's for certain, and you can go to the bank on this, we're not going to solve the problems in public education today with a 10-second soundbite in front of a television camera. It's going to take hard work. I believe with all my heart it's time to quit dancing around the periphery of one of the most critical issues that this state faces. It's time to drive a stake in the ground and roll up our sleeves and make a unified and concerted effort as a legislature to deal with the root problems in our own schools. And let's learn from other successful states that have experienced school reform. Use all of the options that are available to us, and let's make our own schools equal to those that are the best in the nation. I'm in favor of this bill. I urge you to support this bill, not because it's an absolute fix, but because I think it's a move in the right direction. And I urge your consideration of it, I urge your passage of it, and I appreciate your time. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Senator 39th for a question.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your service not only here, but as well as on the school board for the terms that you served. The question I have is this. You said that as a school board member that you approved, that you signed off, you voted for several charter schools. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Did you not say that?
That's correct.
I'm just very interested. How would you have felt, or what would your point of view or your position have been if, as a school board member, duly elected by the people of your district, how would you have felt, what would your position have been if you had not had that opportunity to study those applications, if you had not had the opportunity to have those local people who wanted that charter school come before your board, make a presentation, work with the staff of your school system, work with your budget folk, and all of that, what would your position have been? How would you have felt as a duly elected school board member if you did not have that opportunity? If those people could have gone directly to the state, up here to Atlanta, over here to Atlanta from your district, and bypassed you altogether and gotten an approval from the state, a state commission that you had no oversight or input into?
Well, I do believe this. I believe all people can be wrong even when they think they're right. And I think one of the great benefits to charter schools is parental involvement. And I think one of the major characterizations you'll see in successful schools is a high level of parental involvement. I think one of the characteristics you'll generally see in a failing school is a low level of parental involvement. And I do believe anybody who chooses to be involved in a charter school has signed up for a high level of parental involvement. It's kind of like starting a church. Sounds real good to start with, but about 6 months later you start scratching your head and said, I really want to go up there on Sunday night and set up, or Saturday night and set up chairs and then break them down for whoever we're renting this building from. There's a lot of hard work. And some of the people that have started charter schools said, man, I didn't know what I was getting into. But I think it's good anytime you've got parents involved in the education process of the kids to any time they're there to a greater level.
Will the senator further yield?
Absolutely.
Is it not true that when you were considering those charter school applications, that those applicants had to work with your local school board, had to come before the school board, had to work with the superintendent's office, had to come before your board and make the case? And obviously, when they made the case to you, is it not true? They made a good case. And shouldn't every charter school have to do that? Go to the local board, go to the superintendent, and work with them to create the charter school that's necessary. Didn't they have to do that with you?
They did. They did. And I'll have to tell you, I believe in local school boards and the authority that the Constitution grants them. But I also believe that sometimes education reform can't wait 4 years till you vote off one bunch and vote in another one that may be just as inept as another set of school board members. And as I say, all people can make mistakes even when they think they're right and they're being diligent. We did turn down one charter school. It had a financial failure, had a financial flaw in the framework. Now, if the state had come in and taken it over and it was successful, it would have proved that we were wrong. If it had failed, it would prove that we made the right judgment. But I don't ever mind my decisions being questioned. But I do believe this now, and it's part of the financial funding piece. I believe the money that the state, which is tax money, is going to put in charter schools as a whole, there'll be less tax money put in a charter school per capita than there would be in that same student had they been enrolled in a public school when you figure the local and the state contribution together. Because if the state takes them out of the local school, there's more local funds to be used on the kids that are left. So it's, you can argue both sides of this issue. That's the problem. That's the reason this issue is so complex, because there's parts of both sides that make sense. But I believe this is the right move to make because, quite frankly, it's time to do something, and I think it's time to step out, not only just in charter schools, but let's look at the whole gamut. That's our job, and that's what I'm challenging our body today to do.
Senator, you have 3 more senators that want to ask questions. You want to take the questions?
Well, I was kind of hoping my time would run out because my voice is about run out, but we'll try one.
All right. Chair recognizes Senator 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator, and sorry to hear about your voice there. You mentioned that there were school systems that turned down charters. Is that correct?
There were.
At some school systems? Do you have any idea why those charters may have been turned down?
I really didn't get involved in looking at the reasons why until this came up about a month ago, and I hadn't had time to research it, but I want to.
Senator Yield?
Absolutely.
So, Senators, do you believe that the solution for
I'm
those
sorry, I didn't
schools, do you believe that the solution for those charters that were turned down would be for the state to come in and take over that process?
It may be. I think reasonable people can look at issues and try to solve problems.
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you believe in local control?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you believe in local control?
Absolutely. Everybody that's married believes in local control if they got a wife. I'm just teasing, hon.
Senator Further Yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, you think this bill usurps in any way the local control of school boards?
I think it may enhance local control, to be honest with you.
Please explain.
Pardon?
Please explain.
I'm sorry, I'm hard to hear.
I'm sorry, Senator. Well, you say it may enhance it. I've gotten different, certainly a response from my school board. Tell me how you believe this bill would enhance local control at the local level.
Well, I think good people can disagree. I'll say that to start with and still be friends. But I also think that if there's an impetus for people to look at a problem, it may get people more involved in looking at problems rather than just summarily saying, I'm not interested in looking at an option.
Senator Yield?
Absolutely.
Not sure I understand your response, but I know your voice is failing you, so I'll just move on to my next question, if you don't mind, Senator.
Go ahead.
Senator, you used the analogy of a burning building, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Where you have to go in and rescue.
Absolutely.
What do you do with that building once you've gone in and chartered a school? What do you do with the other assets that are left in the remaining school systems?
Was the question, what do you do with the remainder of the students that are in there?
Well, you use the analogy of a burning building where you have to go in and charter a school, and I'm assuming
I'm not talking about the charter schools going into the schools. I think there are some people getting out of failing school situations. I think we ought not to only offer the option of charter schools. I think we ought to be proactive to go in and address problems in schools in conjunction and with the agreement of local boards of education. Let's get to the root of the issue. Let's define what the problems are and let's deal with them in a meaningful way. Instead of, everybody talks about kicking the can down the road. I don't want to kick the can down the road. I want to deal with problems. Let's solve them. They're not going to get any better on their own. You ignore a problem today, it's not going to be any better tomorrow. And I'm calling for action on the part of the Senate to be involved in education as a whole. This is just one little tool that may be used that'll probably be in an overall tax savings.
Senator Yield, so you
One
feel...
more question.
Thank you, Senator, and I certainly appreciate it. So you feel the state has the solution. What expertise does the state have, do you think, the local school systems do not have.
I'm not talking about the state having solutions. I think it takes a specialized team of people to look at an issue. I think it needs to be a solution that the state and the counties together work on and come to an agreement. And to go in, number one, you've got to define the problem. And you know, I'm not going to ask you this question, but I could ask you this question. Everybody talks about failing public schools. Tell me what characterizes a failing public school. Now, you can talk about test scores, but test scores aren't the reason a school's failing. You've got underlying problems, and to fix a problem, you've got to, number one, define what it is. But I think our failure in legislation in the past has always been, we're going to come up with an omnibus solution that's going to fit every situation. We're not going to fix education that way. We're going to fix it one school at the time, and just like we teach one kid at the time. My voice is about giving out, and I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator has yielded the well. Senator from 38th is recognized to speak to the bill.
Mr. President, colleagues, I rise this afternoon to bring to your attention some concerns that I have with House Resolution 1162. Let me begin by saying that I am not against charter schools. I believe that the Atlanta Board of Education and the Fulton County Board of Education have done a very good job of taking their role as local authorities seriously. To that end, Atlanta chartered its first charter school in 2000. That was Charles Drew. And to date, they have chartered 12 schools. They have had to revoke 3 charters. Fulton County has 12 schools that are presently operational. They have terminated 7 overall. In this school year, 1 is in the renewal process and 1 will be closing. So the county that I represent parts of and the local school boards have authorized charters. They have taken this very seriously, giving choice and allowing children in Atlanta and in Fulton County to go to charter schools. So that brings me to my concerns about House Resolution 1162. Number one, I find it quite troubling that we are contemplating these changes in funding at a time when the school funding pie is shrinking. We have cut state funding for public schools by 25% in the last 8 years, which roughly means that we have cut $1 to $2 billion out of our state schools. We are furloughing teachers, we are cutting instructional time for struggling students, and enlarging class sizes. Colleagues, this resolution will not allow special interest charter schools and for-profit charter schools. Colleagues, this resolution will allow special interest charter schools and for-profit corporations to further drain resources from public education. It looks like the total state dollars available for traditional public schools and locally authorized charter schools will be affected by this particular resolution. Another result of this resolution may be to further shorten the school year and increase class sizes, and we know what the studies say about that. We've heard, number 3, we've heard lots of testimony in committee. One concern that I heard from the state chartered schools is that they need to have resources, that individuals testified that these resources are required for them to be successful. Community members that testified before us said the charter schools will not be able to operate only with state funds alone.